Chapter 145. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "Just yesterday, I called every parent here. Only Shun Tainan and the others didn't look well and weren't suitable to participate in this training. If they forced themselves to participate, they might encounter danger. I mentioned it seriously, but you answered the call yourselves, right? It was also you who promised me that you wouldn't let your children participate in this training," Qin Fangyang said coldly. "Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was worried that they would be stubborn and insist on participating in this training. Yesterday afternoon, I broke their legs with my own hands. I wanted them to stay at home obediently and avoid this calamity. But I never thought that all of you would be so resourceful. In just one night, you completely healed their shattered bones and sent them on the path of death that had already deviated." Qin Fangyang sighed softly. "Now, you're asking me for an explanation? I, Qin Fangyang, have already done everything I could. What explanation can I give you? From what you're saying, you don't have any responsibility." Shun Yushu looked like he was about to explode. "That's right, I don't think I have any responsibility or fault. Even if I didn't warn you and didn't do anything, I still don't have any responsibility. Or you can directly ask me what responsibility I have. What else can I do? What can I do?" Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "As the parents of martial arts students, everyone here has signed a waiver with your children. Everyone knows this. When students go out to train, they are responsible for their own life and death. The fate of martial artists is also like this. If it's not life, then it's death. I understand your feelings. I also understand your feelings. But things have already come to this. There's no point in venting your anger. The most important thing now is to bury your children in peace." Qin Fangyang said calmly, "Parents, please restrain your grief." "Ha ha 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 ha." Shun Yushu let out a long, ear-piercing laugh like a night owl. "My son is dead, and you want to let this matter pass with just a sentence of restrain your grief?" Qin Fangyang was silent and didn't say anything. Shun Yushu's eyes looked at him like a wolf. "Teacher Qin Fangyang, do you have a son?" Qin Fangyang shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "I don't." "Then, do you have parents?" "They've already passed away." "Do you have a wife?" "I do, but she's been missing for almost 100 years." "CEO Shen, what do you want to say? Why don't you just say it?" "Ha ha 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 ha, so Teacher Qin is a single man," Chen Yushu said viciously. "No wonder when someone else's son died, you only said restrain your grief. Let me tell you, Qin Fangyang, this matter is not over." "Yes, this is not over." The other parents roared angrily. Qin Fangyang sneered. "Are you done talking to me? Why don't you think about whether you've fulfilled your duty as parents? I warned you in advance that your children might be in danger on this trip. You promised me in front of me and thanked me profusely. Then, you turned around and clearly knew that your children might be in danger, but you didn't even inform me. I even found out about Shun Tainan and the others from a third party. What reason do you have? What face do you have to tell me that this matter is not over? If you had just sent me a message and said that you didn't manage to persuade your children, that's fine. I'll still think of a way. Why didn't you even send me a message?" The faces of the parents turned ugly when they heard this. "You, Qin Fangyang, caused the death of our sons, and you still think you're in the right?" Li Changjiang hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Mr. Shin, you're being unreasonable. We're a martial arts school. The first rule for martial artists to enter the path of cultivation is to be willing to take responsibility for their own life and death. We've already signed the disclaimer. Secondly, in order to prevent a disaster from happening, Mr. Qin first broke their legs to prevent them from participating in the training. Then, he called you to explain the situation. This double insurance is to prevent the children from going out. It can be said that he has already avoided the possibility of this disaster to the greatest extent. Teacher Qin has really done all he can. Besides, Supervisor, we checked the city gate records after the incident. Your children left the city 1.5 hours earlier than the other teams. And Mr. Qin didn't know about it. Secondly, he has to be responsible for most of the children. As the leader of the team, it's impossible for him to only focus on your children. Now that communication is so advanced, why didn't any of you think of informing Teacher Qin that Shen Tianan's team is coming to participate in this training? After all, Teacher Qin had already called to not let them participate. If there isn't a big reason, why would he do that? In the end, it was your child who violated the rules and entered an area that martial masters and cultivators were not allowed to enter. Thus, you can't blame Teacher Qin for this. One of the parents said coldly, "Why can't he be blamed? Maybe it's because he broke my son's legs that caused this disaster." Yes. How can a person whose legs are broken avoid death? A teacher who broke the legs of students who are about to participate in the training, how can he be a teacher? Pooh. Qin Fangyang is the murderer. It's fair to kill someone to pay with their life. Li Changjiang was getting more and more angry. Everyone, you're twisting words and forcing logic. How did people whose legs are broken walk out of their houses at 5:30 in the morning? How did they walk out of the city? Are you really not worried? Anyway, it's Qin Fangyang's fault. Now that my son is dead, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. Yes, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. This vicious teacher caused the death of our child. He must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. For a moment, vicious words came out like a tide. Li Changjiang realized that it was impossible to reason with them now, and no one listened to him. Humans were just that strange. In the face of many acceptable incidents, everyone would be reasonable and fair. They also hoped that the other party would be reasonable and fair. But in the face of some unacceptable incidents, almost no one would be reasonable. Even more so, no one would care about fairness. Especially when this kind of incident happened in a group, it would be even more unreasonable. As for the promise that these parents made yesterday to not let their sons go out, everyone chose to forget about it. They didn't dare to think about it, much less admit that it was their connivance that caused the death of their children. Even though they regretted it so much, but strangely, their hatred for Qin Fangyang was also increasing. This was a very strange mentality. The situation was getting more and more chaotic, developing towards the direction of losing control. Dong dong dong. Knocking sounds came from the door. A wheelchair was pushed in. Old principal. Everyone bowed at the same time. Even people like Shun Yushu, whose eyes were red and had been blinded by hatred and sorrow, were no exception. Yuenue's indifferent gaze swept across everyone's faces, and said calmly, "This incident came so suddenly, it's sad, and it's also hard to accept. It's understandable that everyone needs to vent their emotions. However, everyone, please listen to what I have to say, and then decide what to do next. The fate of martial artists has always been like this. Firstly, there's a disclaimer. Secondly, Qin Fangyang has already taken precautions in advance. He even informed all the parents to not allow Shen Tainan and the other students to participate in this training. Thirdly, Shen Tainan and the others entered the forbidden area recklessly, which led to the deaths of so many people. Therefore, I now announce the school's opinion on Qin Fangyang's punishment. He will be given a major demerit, and will be fined 1 year's salary. This is the school's attitude." Yuanyu said, "If you are dissatisfied with the school's decision, you can privately negotiate with teacher Qin Fangyang, and our school will no longer bear any responsibility for this incident. That's all." Teacher Qin. "Yes. Hand over the students' remains to the parents, and then you may leave." "Yes." Yuanyu forcefully put an end to this matter. No matter how unwilling Shen Yushu and the others were, they did not dare to say another word to Yuanyu at this moment. Shen Yushu said fiercely, "Qin Fangyang, just you wait." Qin Fangyang handed the ring to Li Changjiang, turned around, and left calmly, as if nothing had happened. Every year, or even every month, second high. And all martial arts schools will face this kind of situation. Yuenue's face was unusually tired, and she said, "CEO Shen, let me give you a word of advice. My condolences, and don't cause any more trouble. In life, there must be a reason." After Yuanyu finished speaking, she left without saying a word. An hour later, at the entrance of second high, Shun Yushu held his son's broken body, his eyes red, and his teeth clenched. "Qin Fangyang, You must pay for my son's death with your life. And that's Wu Xiaojuo. On what basis did he say that my son would die? A little bastard, spouting nonsense, cursing my son. This must be a curse. I won't forgive you. The faces of the 6 children's parents were filled with grief, including Shen Yushu. Although their faces were filled with anger and ruthless words, they were also filled with deep regret. That's right, Qin Fangyang clearly called yesterday, and did not allow the children to participate. There was a death sentence. Why did he push his own son onto the path of death? It was only a day's training, so what if he did not go? Even if he allowed them to go, calling Qin Fangyang or sending a message was as easy as lifting a finger. It was not even considered labor, so why did he not do it? So regretful. More and more regret, but it also caused more and more hatred. Human nature was like this. When a normal accident happened, people would instinctively shift the blame, not to mention this kind of unacceptable thing. How could he bear the responsibility himself? His lively and energetic son had turned into a pile of minced meat in his hands. He, Qin Fangyang, was the teacher leading the team. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Did I cause the death of my precious son? Even I don't believe these words. Of course I regret it, but no matter how much I regret it, I can't forgive Qin Fangyang and Zhu Xiaojuo. Shen Yushu's gaze was fierce. I suspect that Zhu Xiaojuo is the one who cast the curse. And Qin Fangyang went to break our son's leg. It was premeditated. These 2 people are the main culprits. After the incident, we still have to call him to inform him. Why should we inform him? He is the teacher leading the team. My son is a high school student. It's natural for him to come to school. Is there a need to inform him? Do we still have to call the school teacher every night? My son is going to school tomorrow. Ridiculous. Since ancient times, there has been no such logic. When the parents heard Shen Yushu's words, they inexplicably felt that this actually made sense. Chapter 146. Qin Fangyang sat cross-legged on a high platform a few hundred feet away from the school gate. He stared at the few families at the school gate and sighed silently. With his cultivation base, he could not miss a single word of what these people said. He understood that it was normal for the parents to have such a reaction. Whose child was not a precious treasure? How could the parents not be sad when their child died in an accident? Not sad. It was understandable for them to be angry and sad, and even take their anger out on others. But everyone was facing such a cruel world. Life and death happened in the blink of an eye. It was really just a matter of a breath. Since they had chosen this martial path, they would have to live with death for the rest of their lives. I did everything I should and shouldn't have done, but I still couldn't save that child from death. I really couldn't do anything. But for this matter, it's fine if you take your anger out on me, but to take it out on Zhu Xiaojuo, isn't your temper too bad? Whoosh. Luo Lai quietly landed beside him. How is it? It must be a little uncomfortable. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Yes, I was in charge of the martial warrior class before, so I really didn't come into contact with this kind of thing. Sigh, this kind of thing happens every year. Most of the time, it happens a few times a month. Once you get used to it, you'll get used to it. We also hope that every child can live healthily. But in reality, it can't be done. Training is to cultivate their ability to face life and death. Since it's a matter of life and death, it's normal for accidents to happen. The students can safely stay in Phoenix City after graduation, so their safety is higher. But for those who swear to serve the country and protect the mainland, if 1 out of 10 goes to Sun Moon Pass, it's already not bad. Qin Fangyang mocked. In other words, the more a man cares about his country, the faster he dies. Can you understand it this way? The more a coward drags out an ignoble existence, the longer he can live. Luo Lai sighed. He really wanted to refute. But this was the truth. Luo Lai said, in this world, because of the external environment, there are such rules. We can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about the deaths and injuries caused by the students. Similarly, there are also parents who are angry because of their deep affection for their children. We can't do anything about it either. After all, we all share the same heart. Qin Fangyang asked with interest, how did the previous parents and teachers deal with it? I can't handle it. As I mentioned earlier, the premise of this situation is that the current external environment is not the same as the previous peaceful technological era. When such a thing happens, we can only deal with it coldly. If any of their children attend the martial arts school, the school will give them free tuition. But in this kind of family, even if they still have children, they won't go to this martial arts school, or they won't go to this martial arts school. However, you have to be careful for the next period of time. This Chen Yushu's power is not small. Looking at his performance today, he will definitely deal with you. Qin Fangyang nodded silently. I know. I'll be careful. In the past, there were also teachers who suffered from the revenge of their parents. It is said that there was once a teacher who was seriously injured in order to protect his students. He was bedridden. But because of the death of his son, the angry parents rushed to the teacher's house and beat the whole family to death. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Luo Lai sighed. Qin Fangyang was stunned. There's such a thing. Not only such a thing, but such things are too common. Luo Lai patted Qin Fangyang's shoulder. In this kind of world, what is impossible? I'm telling you these things so that you can be prepared and be more careful. Qin Fangyang's gaze was deep. I know. Thank you for the reminder. His gaze was unhurried and had an indescribable meaning. No wonder Chen Yushu wanted to ask about my family, my son, my wife. Ha ha ha. He has a lot of ideas. Let's go and drink. It's better not to go. Qin Fangyang said, my other students are all in the cultivation pagoda. I want to see them come out. I know. Luo Lai left. Before he left, he said, don't leave the school in the near future. Qin Fangyang sat quietly and did not reply. When Zhuo Xiaojuo entered the 5x gravity room, it was 4 in the afternoon. Since he had a lot of contribution points in hand, Zhuo was rich and overbearing. He simply spent 2 hours farming contribution points. Let's test the quality first. It was only 20 contribution points. It was nothing. The door of the gravity room opened. Zhuo Xiaojuo valiantly walked in. Gravity room, I'm coming. Regarding the gravity room, Mu Yangyang had mentioned it to him before. Zhuo Xiaonian had mentioned it before. He Yuan Yu had mentioned it before. Qin Fangyang had also mentioned it countless times. As a result, Zhuo Xiaojuo had been drooling over this training place for a long time. No matter if it was training hidden weapons, normal martial arts, or movement techniques, the gravity room was the best choice. 5x gravity. The moment Zhuo Xiaojuo entered the gravity room, he felt his body suddenly sink. The first thing he felt was that his body suddenly became much heavier. It was as if there were countless forces pressuring him from all directions at the same time. It was hard for him to bear. He just wanted to lie down on the ground and relieve the pressure. After a while, an extremely sticky feeling made it difficult for him to even breathe. Zhuo Xiaojuo had expected these negative feelings after being informed by Zhuo Xiaonian and the others. He tried to adjust his breathing as he walked in step by step until he reached the center of the room. Ha! With a light shout, he got into a stance. Star-picking palm. Originally, when entering the gravity room for the first time, the most important thing to do was to adapt to the environment. This meant that he had to slowly adapt from the basics, such as the horse stance, finger presses, sit-ups, and so on. However, Zhuo Xiaojuo was already at the peak of the martial master level. He didn't need to start from these most basic steps. He directly started to practice his fist and palm. However, after just one practice of the star-picking palm, Zhuo Xiaojuo was already sweating profusely. He was exhausted. This is not good. It's only 5x gravity, the lowest level. Why is it so uncomfortable? Zhuo Xiaojuo had an idea. He started to practice the Flaming Sun Sutra, practicing his fist and palm at the same time. As he practiced the Flaming Sun Sutra, the spiritual energy in his body became abnormally lively. He immediately felt that the negative feelings lingering in his body were reduced by a lot. Therefore, He started to practice controlling his breathing rate. The longer he stayed in the gravity room, the more he realized that once his breathing rhythm got messed up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He might even be tormented to death, which was the worst-case scenario. Zhuo Xiaojuo slowly breathed in and out. He continued to circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra, causing the temperature of the room to soar. Soon, the room became unbearably hot. This feeling is similar to being in a sauna. Furthermore, it's steaming, boiling, and splashing water at the same time. Zhuo Xiaojuo tried his best to hold on. He used the star-picking palm and used the star-picking step. However, after 2 rounds of punches, Zhuo Xiaojuo was really out of strength. He fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. He felt as if his entire body, torso, stomach, thighs, and chest were all being sucked into the ground. Even his second brother was no exception. He was also firmly sucked into the ground. The reason why he could feel it so clearly was because his second brother had straightened up after circulating his blazing sun Jin Qi. The feeling was exceptionally obvious. Just as Master Nyan Nyan Maro said, I have to get used to the current gravity before I can talk about using it to train. As for hidden weapons, that's a topic for later. Zhuo Xiaojuo was determined. He rested for an average of 2 to 3 minutes before he got up and continued to practice the star-picking palm, dragon gate leg, and star-picking step. When he couldn't take it anymore, he prostrated himself on the ground. Yes, prostrating himself on the ground. He repeated this process once, twice, and thrice. Under this extreme tempering, Zhuo Xiaojuo could clearly feel the surging sound of the Flaming Sun Sutra's origin energy circulating in his meridians. He could also hear the sound of his blood flowing continuously, as well as the creaking sound of his bones being unable to bear the burden. However, he focused and persevered without any distractions. Later on, he didn't even prostrate himself on the ground. Even if he didn't have any strength left, he wasn't willing to prostrate himself on the ground anymore. Instead, he stood up straight. Lines of sweat flowed down from his chest like a waterfall. Oh no, I forgot to bring water in. Zhuo Xiaojuo was startled by this thought and his eyes immediately looked around. Yes, the setup of this gravity room was quite user-friendly. There was a tap in the corner. Not bad, not bad. It solved his urgent problem. In fact, the gravity room was the place that consumed the most energy and sweat. If there was really no water to replenish the energy, it was very likely that the students would die in there. How could the school not think of this and make preparations beforehand? Under such a difficult environment, Zhuo Xiaojuo had been tormenting himself to the limit for 2 whole hours. Time and time again, he tormented himself to the limit. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he continued tormenting himself. When he reached the limit again, he took another breath. Even when he drank water, he tried his best to control himself and only drank a total of 2 times. However, he ate a lot of various pills. There were only 5 minutes left before the gravity machine could be used again. Suddenly, whoosh! A cool and refreshing feeling descended from the sky without any warning. Another drop of luck quietly arrived, causing Zhuo Xiaojuo's extremely tired body to suddenly be filled with vitality again. Even his meridians expanded a little. Big brother, you should have come earlier. This time, it wasn't just 1 drop of luck, but a full 1.5 drops. Including the new luck points, Zhuo Xiaojuo had a total of 6 drops in his hands. He couldn't help but have the illusion that he had become a tycoon in one fell swoop. He really became rich overnight. This time, when the luck points arrived, the first drop was a full one, but the next half drop was divided into waves and half a drop was gathered bit by bit. And this result made Zhuo Xiaojuo realize something. It came true. The death calamity that he had predicted for Shen Tainan had come true. Only then did he get a full drop. As for the other groups, because they were all scared but not in danger, there were no casualties, so it didn't cause any fluctuations in fate. As a result, there weren't many luck points feedback. But even so, the 7 groups only had half a point, and Zhuo Xiaojuo was still satisfied. Chapter 147. Putting everything else aside, These new luck points would allow him to complete the last round of training in the gravity machine, allowing him to improve even more. In the last 5 minutes, Zhuo Xiaojuo unleashed all his strength. He used the star plucking palm, dragon gate kick, and galaxy step in tandem. He used all his strength in every move and executed them 7 times in a row. At the last second, Zhuo Xiaojuo finally stopped his movement after the final kick. The door of the gravity room opened again, but Zhuo Xiaojuo's remaining strength wasn't enough to support him to walk out. He could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily with his tongue out. If the teacher in charge of the gravity room hadn't come in to check the situation and dragged Zhuo Xiaojuo out like a dead dog, no one knew how long Zhuo Xiaojuo would have stayed in this position. "How is it?" Qin Fangyang came. "This student of yours is really extraordinary." The teacher in charge of the gravity room didn't know how to comment. He raised his thumb and said, he didn't waste a single second of the 2 hours of 5 times gravity training. When he walked into the gravity room, there were a few obvious puddles on the ground that were rapidly drying up. The circles of salt stains and white lines were especially eye-catching. "This is all sweat." The teacher was even more surprised. "You're so harsh on yourself." Seeing Qin Fangyang dragging Zhuo Xiaojuo away, the teacher was convinced and raised his thumb. "Teacher Qin, as long as there are no accidents, this student of yours will definitely be like this in the future." Qin Fangyang smiled, feeling gratified. His face, which had been gloomy for a long time because of Shen Tianan's matter, suddenly brightened up. "I think so too." Seeing Qin Fangyang walk away, the teacher returned to the gravity room. The gravity room also needed to be cleaned. Basically, every user who entered would leave behind a pool of smelly sweat. If it wasn't cleaned up early, the gravity room would definitely smell worse than a latrine pit. The teacher went in to clean as usual. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and turned to look. "This isn't right. Why is there a layer of softness on the wall?" Qin Fang dragged Zhuo Xiaojuo for about 10 meters before Zhuo Xiaojuo was able to walk on his own and move freely. This was easy to understand. Zhuo Xiaojuo had to withstand 5 times his body weight in the gravity room. Moreover, he had just learned it, so it was easy to imagine how fast his stamina was being consumed. Now that he was outside, everything was back to normal, so his stamina naturally recovered quickly. However, as he walked, Zhuo Xiaojuo suddenly realized that his entire body was as light as a feather, as if he could float at any time. "This gravity room is so useful." Zhuo Xiaojuo was pleasantly surprised. This was because he discovered that under this kind of gravitational cultivation, it had the effect of purifying the spiritual energy within his body. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes at the silly bird. Of course it was useful. Otherwise, why would the cost of using the gravity machine be so high? How did it feel to cultivate for the first time? "It's all right." "What have you done?" "It's just practicing punches and kicks, practicing martial arts, and footwork." "Millimeter. That's the right thing to do. Only when you're used to the gravity and pressure and have a solid foundation will you be qualified to talk about hidden weapons cultivation." "You did well. Hee. When you practice hidden weapons in the future, remember to bring your target in." Qin Fangyang said, "Don't practice other places. Just focus on the throat, heart, eyes, and ears. These are good enough. The focus is on the eyes and ears. These 2 places are the most important. Do you understand the key?" "Understood." Zhuo Xiaojuo silently added the genitals in his heart before asking, "Why?" For the experts of the Umno Alliance, the throat and heart aren't fatal points. In other words, these 2 places have the strongest protection. As for the human body, no matter how strong an expert is, compared to other parts of the body, the eyes and ears are always the weakest. If you think about it from another perspective, aren't these parts the weakest parts of the body? Qin Fangyang said lightly, "Legend has it that the Umno Alliance had an ancient witch god. This god's head was chopped off, but he continued to fight against the heavenly court. The more he fought, the braver he became." "That's awesome." Zhuo Xiaojuo clicked his tongue. "If we really meet such an expert, what's the use of hidden weapons? The only thing I can think of is attacking the primordial spirit." Qin Fangyang wasn't sure either. He said, But that kind of realm. We can only dream about it. Maybe you'll have a chance thousands of years later, but I definitely won't in my lifetime. Hihi, Teacher Qin, you've unified the Jianghu for thousands of years. Your future is boundless. Get lost. The sky was already dark. I'll send you home, Qin Fangyang said. You send me home? Zhuo Xiaojuo was surprised by Qin Fangyang's decision. Millimeter, I'll send you home. I'll send you to school and back these few days. Qin Fangyang's expression was a little cold. Zhuo Xiaojuo even felt an inexplicable murderous aura flowing around Qin Fangyang's body. It was fierce, and indestructible. Qin Fangyang's current appearance was completely different from the teacher Qin Zhuo Xiaojuo remembered. The teacher and disciple walked side by side on Zhuo Xiaojuo's way home. Zhuo Xiaojuo noticed that Qin Fangyang seemed to be deliberately slowing down. Teacher Qin, we can walk faster. Zhuo Xiaojuo felt that there was something wrong with the current atmosphere. Even with his shallow aura viewing technique, which could not even be considered as a beginner, he could actually see that the road ahead was filled with a faint blood color. It's okay. Walk slowly, there's no hurry. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and kindly. Teacher is here, it's okay. Zhuo Xiaojuo nodded. Millimeter, his eyes lit up. Zhuo Xiaojuo was a smart person. He could understand the meaning behind Qin Fangyang's words. He had already guessed what Qin Fangyang was going to do. Xiaojuo, from today onwards, I'll use myself as an example on the way home. I'll give you a lesson on the Jianghu, the border, and the battlefield. Qin Fangyang said calmly as he walked, these days, I've observed your moves over and over again. I've discovered that your heart is unexpectedly soft. You have plenty of time and opportunities to strike at your opponent's throat, heart, back of head, and other vital parts. But you chose to kick the crotch. Others may be confused by you, but I won't. You're just soft-hearted and don't want to kill. Kicking the crotch is an excellent way to effectively paralyze your opponent's attack power. Qin Fangyang said solemnly, but this is the way the world is now. If you don't want to kill, you can only be killed. Then tell me, is it better to kill or be killed? Qin Fangyang's body suddenly floated into the air. The moment he flew up, 2 masked men rushed out from the corner. 7 or 8 masked men jumped down from the roof of the nearby building. In a trance, a magnificent sword light pierced through the sky like a lightning bolt, stunning the dusk sky. Even the street lamps on the roadside were overshadowed by the brilliance of the brilliant sword light. Qin Fangyang's body circled around the field like a goshawk and landed beside Zhuo Xiaojuo again. Clang! He sheathed his sword and walked forward slowly. His voice was indifferent and calm. You must be ruthless to your enemies. If you can kill 10, you must not only kill 9, whether it's a hidden weapon or a weapon, you must be steady, accurate, ruthless, and ruthless. Behind the 2 of them. Of the 10 masked men who came with ill intentions, 4 on the left, 4 on the right, and 2 at the back, they all slowly fell to the ground. Then, 10 heads rolled off their necks almost at the same time, rolling back and forth on the ground like big watermelons. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the whole street, turning the originally quiet street into a blood pool hell. Do you know why? Looking at Zhuo Xiaojuo's faintly pale face, Qin Fangyang didn't even turn his head. As he walked slowly, his voice was extremely calm as he said, there are too many ordinary people on this street. Once the opponent knows that he is no match for them and will die, he will drag ordinary people down with him. That will be your sin. So, when you can kill with 1 blow, you must kill with 1 blow. If any ordinary person dies because of your soft-heartedness, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. To ensure that in the future, you won't. When Qin Fangyang said the first 4 words of this sentence, he was still on the ground beside Zhuo Xiaojuo. But when he said the last few words, he was already 70 feet away and 70 feet high in the air like a meteor. Just like before, the brilliant sword light once again pierced through the sky in a flash. 3 more corpses fell from the sky in an upside-down position. While they were still in the air, their heads fell first, and a large amount of blood poured down like a waterfall. Qin Fangyang returned to Zhuo Xiaojuo's side and finished the last 2 words of his sentence. I'm sorry. His voice was steady, calm, gentle. It was as if he did not move at all. Who are these people? Are they targeting you, teacher, or are they here to kill me? Although Zhuo Xiaojuo had already guessed Qin Fengyang's intention to teach before the battle, he was still puzzled about the purpose of these two groups of enemies. They are here to kill you, but their main purpose, or the real target, is me. Actually, there are people around you who are protecting you. But in my heart, I have to come out and show my attitude. I also have to give the person who wants to kill me a chance. After all, he is not resigned to his fate. He will definitely try. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, I have to let him try and feel it. Zhuo Xiaojuo was speechless. Try and feel the taste of attacking you? Feel the feeling of killing you? No, it's not like that. Qin Fangyang looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo strangely. Don't think like that in the future, okay? Thinking like that shows that you are not confident in your own strength. It's true that I want him to try, but I want him to know that the target he wants to target is too strong. He can only feel helpless and despair. From there, he will understand a truth. Qin Fangyang smiled very elegantly. Truth. It is the truth. As a teacher, the truth I want to teach him is that in this world, there are some people he can't afford to offend. Don't think that he is rich. In this world, there are too many things that can't be done with money. Qin Fangyang raised his head and looked at a camera by the roadside. He revealed a gentle smile and showed his snow-white teeth. Don't you think so? I'm really tired. I continue to write. The next chapter should be out at night. So many things are happening at the same time. I have to take care of them all and form a line. It's really taxing on my brain. Chapter 148. Arriving at the entrance of the Zhuo family's residential area. Qin Fangyang watched Zhuo Xiaojuo go in, then turned around, but did not go back. His black robe fluttering, he flew in a strange direction. In the darkness, bat-like shadows rose one after another in the night, chasing after Qin Fangyang. After a while, streaks of blood soared into the sky. You want to kill me, then I'll let you kill to your heart's content. When Zhuo Xiaojuo arrived home, Zhuo Xiaoyan had not yet returned. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still in Mu Yangyang's office. Opposite her was Meng Chenyu, who was being punished. Mu Yangyang's face was as calm as water. Chenyu, an entire afternoon has passed, and you refuse to say anything. I don't have the temperament to continue wasting time with you. Mu Yangyang went straight to the point. I just want to know, why do you insist on Zhuo Xiaojuo dying? I really didn't, master, I really didn't mean that. Meng Chenyu's eyes were red, I can swear to the heavens. Then how do you explain your actions today? Mu Yangyang was a little tired. She went to the chair behind the desk and sat down. In her voice, there was an indescribable disappointment. At that time, Zhuo Xiaojuo had the upper hand. I felt that there was no need to intervene, so I overlooked that Mu Yunfeng was hiding nearby. Well, even if you were negligent at the beginning. But after Mu Yunfeng made his move, you should have come back to your senses, right? How could you let Mu Yunfeng leave so easily? How do you explain this? I also wanted to stop him, but there were people from the second middle school chasing after us. I didn't want to expose myself. Even senior sister Nyan didn't make a move until the people from second high gave up on the chase. Meng Chenyu said with extreme grievance, Master, you have to believe me. Mu Yangyang lowered her eyes. After a long time, she slowly said, let's put this matter aside for now. Chenyu, you can go back. Yes, Master. From beginning to end, Zhuo Xiaoyan stood to the side, not saying a word. Watching Meng Chenyu leave, Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with coldness. Little Nyan. Mu Yangyang said tiredly, what do you think? Watching Meng Chenyu leave, Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold face was filled with indifference. She faintly said, Master, I am not thinking of anything. She smiled coldly. I'm really not thinking about anything. She used 2 sentences to say the same thing twice. Mu Yangyang immediately understood what she meant. Nyan, you have other ideas, don't you? Zhuo Xiaonian said softly, Master, I don't think so. Mu Yangyang pondered and didn't say anything. Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly switched to telepathy and said, Master, there are some things we can talk about later. The Meng clan was the one who built this building. If the Meng clan has any other intentions. Meng Chen Yu's abnormal reaction caused Zhuo Xiaonian to become completely vigilant. It was a matter of Zhuo Xiaoduo's life and death. Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly felt that the whole world was full of malice. Mu Yangyang was shocked. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhuo Xiaonian. For a long time, she did not speak. The two exchanged glances. One was full of suspicion and vigilance, and the other was full of shock. After a while, Mu Yangyang said in a low voice, Chen Yu is still your junior sister. Even if she has done something wrong, there is no need to be too harsh on her. Also, isn't your brother fine? Zhuo Xiaonian hesitated for a moment and responded, Master is right. Xiao Duo is fine, and I have no intention of continuing to pursue the matter. But Chen Yu's state of mind has not been stable during this period of time. Is it because she has progressed too much that she has developed an inner demon? Mu Yangyang hated iron for not becoming steel and said, if she has progressed too much, that would be great. Right now, I have no idea what she is doing. I can't even see her shadow. How is it that she has progressed too quickly? This matter is indeed strange. I will help you keep an eye on Chen Yu. You don't have to worry too much. It is normal for there to be some friction between young people. Also, Xiao Duo scolded Chen Yu too harshly at that time. Hehe, your brother's mouth is really annoying. Zhuo Xiaonian hesitated and said, but I am always worried about Xiao Duo's safety. Master, I only have one brother. He is fine this time. He is lucky, but luck will not always be with one person. Don't worry too much. Mu Yangyang promised. Master promises you that this matter will not happen again. What if it happens again? Zhuo Xiaonian asked. If it happens again. Mu Yangyang gritted her teeth and said, if it is really determined that it was done by Chen Yu or the Meng family, I will expel Chen Yu from the sect. This sentence was already very serious. Zhuo Xiaonian did not speak again. By the way, since you are here, come with me to get some jade of astral souls. Mu Yangyang said, let's go. The window opened, and the master and disciple rushed directly into the sky and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, the clouds were dense, and the wind was howling. Mu Yangyang took Zhuo Xiaonian all the way to the sky and hid in the clouds. Then, she put all the communication devices she carried, including the jewelry, into the space ring. Then she turned to look at Zhuo Xiaonian. The temperature in the sky was extremely cold, but Zhuo Xiaonian was calm and collected. Her expression was as cold as ever. Mu Yangyang frowned, and the expression on her face changed. Obviously, she was struggling fiercely in her heart. She said softly, the location of your breakthrough last time was leaked. Now it seems. It should be Chen Yu who leaked it. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional. Zhuo Xiaonian's expression still did not change. Chen Yu's mood fluctuated greatly today. Mu Yangyang looked at the rolling clouds under her feet and said softly, it's probably because some of her thoughts were exposed too suddenly, and your reaction was too intense. You fell out with her on the spot, giving her no time to mentally prepare herself. So much so that I felt a little strange. Zhuo Xiaonian pondered for a moment, but asked another question. Master, do you feel that Meng Chen Tian's feelings for me are purely the love between a man and a woman? Mu Yangyang frowned. Meng Chen Tian. I'm afraid he has other intentions. Zhuo Xiaonian said, my feeling should be right. I just don't know why his family is so hostile to our family. But no matter what, there must be a reason. Mu Yangyang was thinking, and everything that had happened recently flashed through her mind. Master, you have met Meng Chen Tian. What do you think of him? Zhuo Xiaonian asked. Very mature, very steady, and there is no room for criticism. Everything is perfect. Mu Yangyang said. Performance. Well, I think so too. Master, your description is very apartment. This kind of perfection is too fake. It can only be described as performance. Zhuo Xiaonian said. Fake. I think it's true. His speech, etiquette, steps, expression, everything is presented perfectly. Zhuo Xiaonian said, it gives me the feeling that it's like an actor on the stage, showing his best side to the people in front of him. There is no flaw in any aspect, and there is no overdoing it in any aspect. Even his smile, no matter when, no matter what happens, is in the state of being tempered 1,000 times. This state, even if it is a senior who has cultivated for a long time, who has seen the prosperity of the mortal world, and who has experienced the hardships of the universe, it is impossible to achieve this level. Because as long as one is still human, one will retain some emotions and personal character. But Meng Chentian has none of this. Everything is perfect. Based on my personal judgment, there is only one kind of situation in which a person can be in such a state. That is, everything is an act, something that can be faked. Zhuo Xiaonian said. Also, this person said that he is 33 years old, but I don't think so. Mu Yangyang pondered and did not speak. Zhuo Xiaonian said, Master, can you confirm Meng Chentian's birth record? Who is his birth mother? Is it Meng Tianyue's first wife? Where did he go to school in his youth? His cultivation is not bad, and he should be an outstanding person in the martial arts school. This information should not be difficult to investigate, right? The reason why I put this on the table is that I have investigated Meng Chentian for a long time, but I did not find any information. This is really abnormal. Even if it is a fake file, I did not find it. A person, no matter how he hides his past, even if his information is S-class secret, there are always some clues. Mu Yangyang frowned. Let me check. I hope you can check it through the star shield. I am afraid you can't find it through other normal channels. Yes. Mu Yangyang suddenly asked. At that time, it was Xiao Juo who saw that you were about to break through, right? Zhuo Xiaonian was silent for a moment. She remembered that Zhuo Xiaojuo had now publicized her physiognomy to the world. She bit her lip and nodded. Yes. He saw that you were about to break through from your face, so you suspected that the information was leaked. Yes. That's why I asked you. What about now? He didn't say. Little Duo is currently learning the aura examination technique from Principal He Yuan Yu. It seems so. This is not a secret. Xiao Juo even declared in public that his physiognomy is divine. Everyone is welcome to come to him for guidance. Mu Yangyang thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Let's go to your house and talk to Xiao Juo. Maybe we can also ask him for guidance. Okay. Speaking of Zhuo Xiaojuo, Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly became a little enraptured, and even the look on her face became a little gentler. Mu Yangyang couldn't help but smile. Nian you are so good to your brother. Zhuo Xiaonian took Mu Yanyan's arm and flew in the direction of her house, saying sweetly, Master, you don't know that Xiao Juo is even better to me. While flying, she took out her mobile phone. I have to talk to Dad. Mu Yangyang expressed her understanding. You have to ask your father if he will accept guests, haha. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled embarrassedly. After all, it was rare to have guests in the house for so many years. She had to ask if her father was willing to let them in. After the phone call was connected, Zhuo Changlu readily agreed, I will wait for you to eat. At this moment, Mu Yangyang actually felt a sense of shock. Was this really what that stingy guy said? This stingy guy actually wanted to treat them. She was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, genuine subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 149. With Mu Yanyan's amazing cultivation at the peak of nascent soul, she was flattered by Zhuo Changlu, who was just an ordinary person. This feeling really made Mu Yangyang feel incredible. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Thinking back, when she accepted Zhuo Xiaonian as her apprentice, Zhuo Changlu didn't even invite her to dinner. Not to mention to have dinner at home. Compared with the past, these 5 words really gave her a lot of face. I'm waiting for you to have dinner, Xiaonian, Has your father's character changed over the years? Mu Yangyang couldn't help but laugh, and she was actually very happy. No. Zhuo Xiaonian was stunned. With your father's character as a stingy rooster, he actually invited people to his house for dinner. How can it not be a big change? Mu Yangyang was a little gratified. I've taught you for a few years, and today I can finally go to your house for dinner. It's not in vain. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaonian was a little embarrassed. To be honest, your father is really very good at living. Mu Yangyang wanted to complain, but halfway through, she remembered that she was talking to her daughter, so she sighed and said, "He is a good man." Good man? Zhuo Xiaonian's pretty face was a little red, and she was inexplicably vigilant. She summoned up her courage and said, "Master, my father and my mother have a very good relationship." You. Ahum, and he is just an ordinary person, this. Mu Yangyang was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed after a long time. What are you thinking? Do you think You really know how to think blindly. My original intention was to complain that your father was a stingy person, a stingy rooster, a glazed cat, and a glazed cat covered with sugar all over. But for your sake, I didn't say all of it. Why are you suspecting that I have taken a liking to her father? Look at this nervous little face. I doted on her for nothing. Is your father so good? Hiss. With a ding-dong, a message came, which interrupted Zhuo Xiaonian's embarrassment. Zhuo Xiaonian took out her mobile phone and looked at it, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Because the message was sent by He Yuan Yu. In the wee hours of the morning, the clouds disperse, the phoenix turns its head, bring Xiao Duo here. Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked when she saw the message. My dog, why is it so popular today? Master Mu Yangyang wanted to see him and even took the initiative to meet him. Now even the old principal He Yuan Yu wanted to see him? Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't help but feel proud and smug. Bullshit. Awesome. But I still have to go buy some groceries. Otherwise, Dad might really just be waiting for us to eat. Zhuo Xiaonian was obviously a villain in vain this time. When the two of them entered the Zhuo family's house, Wu Yuting had already prepared a large table of dishes. It was really packed to the brim. In addition, there were also 4 large pots, which were placed on the stoves that they had just bought a few days ago. There were 2 big pots of rice and 2 big pots of steamed buns. It was steaming hot and eye-catching. In order to make sure there wasn't enough food, Wu Yuting even opened 4 cans of chili oil and cut 2 large plates of pickled vegetables. The entire Zhuo family was like a small shop that specialized in selling steamed buns. The air was filled with the fragrance of steamed buns. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at the side, rubbing his belly from time to time as he listened to the rumbling sounds coming from inside. Looking at Wu Yuting's little eyes walking around, he really looked like a hungry puppy. His eyes were blue, but he didn't dare to move and was waiting for the order to eat. Bear with it a little longer. Zhuo Changlu comforted his son. Your sister Nyan Nyan said that she wanted to bring her master here for dinner. You can't eat now. If you start eating, there won't be anything left on the table. How can we serve the guests then? It'll be rude of us. Zhuo Xiaoduo said pitifully, let me eat a few steamed buns first. My stomach is too flat and I'm panicking. I'm hungry. Sigh. Zhuo Changlu had no choice but to raise his voice and ask Wu Yuting, are the steamed buns okay? They are okay, but they're just steamed. Wu Yuting said, the freshly steamed ones are the best to eat. This kind of steamed buns usually only require 20 servings of food. If you eat this, you'll need at least 30 servings. Bear with it a little longer. Let him eat a few servings first. Look at his pitiful eyes. Wu Yuting turned her head and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's wet eyes. He was swallowing his saliva madly. Phut! Wu Yuting almost laughed out loud. She didn't say anything else and opened the lid of the pot. She picked up a few steamed buns and placed them on a plate. Just as she was about to bring them over, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo had already brought his bowl over. He had already grabbed a handful of pickled vegetables in his hand. Coupled with his impatient expression, he swallowed his saliva. Wu Yuting hurriedly protected the food on the table so that the guests wouldn't be rude. She watched as Zhuo Xiaojuo threw the steamed buns into his mouth one by one. He just flattened his lips and swallowed them. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes began to wander around the lid of the pot. Mrs. Zhuo couldn't help but cover her forehead. Just how hungry are you, son? Fortunately, at this moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yangyang finally arrived. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zhuo Xiaojuo rushed up as if he had seen his savior. His enthusiasm was overflowing. Great, they were finally here. It was time to eat. Mu Yangyang didn't know what was going on. She was shocked by Zhuo Xiaojuo's enthusiasm. She smiled and said, Xiaojuo is also home. Sorry for being late. It's my honor to be your guest. Hello, Mr. Zhuo, Mrs. Zhuo. She felt that she was much older than Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting, so it was inconvenient for her to call them brother and sister-in-law. Miss Mu, you're getting more and more beautiful. Please sit down. Zhuo Zhanglu appeared to be particularly enthusiastic. He didn't have the appearance of a miser in the legends. Instead, he was elegant and handsome. Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Changlu with a faint smile, and then warmly said, Miss Mu, please sit down. You're a rare guest. Mu Yangyang was sure that she would never forget this meal. She would remember it every night when she dreamed about it. The five of them sat around the table. Mu Yangyang saw Zhuo Xiaojuo bring a basin over. She was surprised, but then she saw him bring another basin. Was that soup in the other basin? At first, Mu Yangyang thought that it was for washing hands, but then she saw Zhuo Xiaojuo take a sip, and then put it on his left foot carefully. Then, Teacher Mu, please help yourself. Don't stand on ceremony. With Zhuo Changlu's words, Zhuo Xiaojuo had already begun to eat. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuting, and Zhuo Xiaoyan, 3 people and 6 hands, quickly grabbed 6 dishes, moved aside, and drank and chatted with Mu Yangyang as usual. They talked while eating, and even opened a bottle of wine. It was no different from a normal banquet. But on the other side, Zhuo Xiaojuo ate 13 dishes by himself, including 2 pots of rice, 2 pots of steamed buns, 2 plates of pickles, and 4 cans of chili sauce. Mu Yangyang occasionally glanced at him, and only felt that she had entered a farm. Although Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't make a lot of noise when he ate, and he wasn't smacking his lips, his eating frequency was too fast. It was like entering a silkworm breeding room. The 4 of them had only finished a third of the bottle of wine and had only eaten a little of the 6 dishes. However, Zhuo Xiaojuo's side was already completely clean. Mu Yangyang was present. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhuo Xiaojuo couldn't lick the plates. But if he didn't lick the plates, he could dip the steamed buns in the soup. The dozen plates were no worse than washing them with water. Mu Yangyang felt that she had opened her eyes today, and it was a big eye-opener. After a while, Zhuo Xiaojuo stood up politely and glanced at the dishes on the table reluctantly. He seemed to be trying hard to control himself and said, Take your time, I'm full. Here you are. Zhuo Xiaoyan took out a roast goose weighing 7 or 8 kilograms from the space ring and handed it to him. He. Sister, you love me so much. Zhuo Xiaojuo went back to the room with the roast goose in his arms, satisfied. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting couldn't bear to look at him. Mu Yangyang, after a moment of shock, explained with understanding, Xiaojuo has reached the peak of martial master. Considering his age, his speed of advancement is really rare. Moreover, he reached the peak of martial master in a short time, and the energy he needs to replenish is more than that of ordinary martial masters. In fact, at the stage of martial master, the consumption of his own vital energy is higher than the replenishment of external vital energy. That's why he can't eat enough. It will be fine when he reaches the innate realm. I hope so. Wu Yuting sighed. We also know that martial master cultivators have high requirements for food. When Xiao Nian was a martial master, she was also at this stage. But at that time, Xiao Nian couldn't eat as much as Xiaojuo. At most, she could only eat a quarter of his food. At that time, I was very worried. Girls, if you eat like this, won't you become a pig? Mom. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed. She put down her chopsticks and said coquettishly, Why are you talking about the past? Mu Yangyang laughed and said, Back then, Nyana asked me for fasting pills every day. She would eat the fasting pills before coming back to eat, ha ha ha. As a master, Mu Yangyang rarely saw Zhuo Xiaonian in her own home. She couldn't help but want to tease her. Wu Yuting couldn't help but smile and said, "So there is such a thing. I wronged Xiao Duo. I only talked about what Xiao Nian was like back then. It turns out that there is such a story behind it, he." Wu Yuting sighed. "Back then, I should have prepared 2 basins for Xiao Nian." Chapter 150. Zhuo Xiaonian finally couldn't bear it. She blushed and said, "You guys are so bad." She stood up and was about to leave, but Zhuo Changlu stopped her. "Sit down. Why are you so rude? Your master is still here, and you want to leave. If people know about this, they will think that I, Zhuo Changlu, have no upbringing. Hurry up and sit down. Serve your master tea, pour wine, and serve him well. Master, master, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Now and in the future, you must remember this sentence. Always be the same, and always be the same." Yes. Zhuo Xiaonian was obedient. Mu Yangyang looked at Zhuo Xiaonian and thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo. She couldn't help sighing with admiration and said, "Boss Zhuo's education is really unique. Your son and daughter are so excellent. It's really enviable." Zhuo Changlu said with a smile, "You flatter me. Let's drink. Ms. Mu, try this dish. This is my wife's lifelong signature dish. It tastes good." Both the host and the guest enjoyed the meal. After the meal, Zhuo Changlu knew that Mu Yangyang wouldn't come for no reason. He felt that it had nothing to do with him, so he went to the study. Wu Yuting cleaned up the table and said goodbye apologetically, saying that she had to do some homework. She didn't know what homework she was going to do. Anyway, she went into the room. She left the room to Mu Yangyang and her master. In the study, Wu Yuting smiled faintly. "Is Ms. Mu beautiful?" Zhuo Changlu said seriously, "She is just SOSO. SOSO? I think she is prettier than me. She can't even compare with the hair of yours. She is too ugly." "Really? Really? Then why do you keep looking at her? Hey, she seems to have soup stuck to the tip of her nose when she was eating." I wanted to remind her, but I was too embarrassed. "Oh." Wu Yuting stopped. Outside, Mu Yangyang rubbed the tip of her nose with a speechless and embarrassed face. "Well, nothing." Mu Yangyang looked at Zhuo Xiaonian and couldn't help feeling envious. She said, "Nian it's really a blessing to be born in such a family and have such parent." Zhuo Xiaonian nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes turning into crescent moons. The master and disciple did not delay and entered Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. They saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo was already panting and sweating all over. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in the room. He was punching very slowly but at the same time with the most standard movements. There was not the slightest sound of wind, but every move and every style was filled with strength. Mu Yangyang nodded secretly. As the saying goes, one can know the whole leopard from a single spot. Zhuo Xiaoduo obviously did this because he did not want to let go of any time to cultivate. He was really racing against time. This child is really not bad. Mu Yangyang praised him in her heart. "Stop practicing. Let's talk." Zhuo Xiaonian, like Mu Yangyang before, put all the communication devices, including Zhuo Xiaoduo's mobile phone, into the ring. Even the computer and all the other electronic devices were all turned off and packed up. "Xiaoduo, I came here mainly to ask you about the divination method, especially the thing that you saw before, that there would be obstacles when I was breaking through. Tell me the truth, and the more details, the better," Zhuo Xiaonian said. "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. This day had finally come. After such a long time of hard work, dedication, and sparing no effort to keep reading people's faces, Mu Yangyang finally truly believed and recognized her ability. And Mu Yanyan's belief would be a great progress in his plan to save Nyan Cat. This progress was extremely crucial. Previously, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not think about influencing Mu Yangyang through Zhuo Xiaonian. It was not difficult to do this. As long as Zhuo Xiaonian acted coquettishly to Mu Yangyang, with Mu Yanyan's love for Zhuo Xiaonian, it would have a certain effect. But the following problem was obvious. Mu Yangyang would not pay too much attention to these influences, at least she would not believe it. It could be imagined how difficult it was for a 16 or 17-year-old martial artist to make a nascent soul master believe in his fortune-telling. And once Mu Yangyang had a preconceived idea, then Zhuo Xiaoduo's follow-up actions were bound to be extremely difficult. In that case, it would cause more trouble, and the loss would outweigh the gain. In this case, from the beginning, let Mu Yangyang believe in his divination method, and then trust every word he said. The follow-up actions would naturally be supported by Mu Yangyang. Today, the efforts that had been brewing for so long finally paid off. Xiaoduo, it is said that your fortune-telling is very accurate, and it comes true like a god. Mu Yangyang smiled and said, so this time, I specially came to ask for advice. Teacher Mu, you are too polite. Zhuo Xiaoduo said politely, you can ask, and I will tell you everything I know. Zhuo Xiaoduo's elegant and steady appearance almost made Mu Yangyang think that the good-for-nothing she saw just now was an illusion. Tell me about Nyan's tribulation first. It's better to start from the very beginning, when you saw that Nyan's breakthrough would lead to her death. Mu Yangyang put on a serious attitude and said, I know that a lot of your efforts during this period of time are for this matter. Hearing this, although Zhuo Xiaonian knew that they were talking about business, she still could not help but feel sweet in her heart. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with hook-like eyes. Hum, dog. Hum, my dog. Hum, hum, hum. Hee hee. In fact, Sister Nyan's tribulation has always been in a state of ascension. Teacher Mu, about Sister Nyan's tribulation, it can be said that it involves a lot of people. Not to mention others, because of Sister Nyan's death, you are full of death aura. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, in fact, this is not difficult to imagine. When Sister Nyan breaks through this tribulation, you must be the main protector. The enemies who want Sister Nyan to die will not let her go, but they will definitely target you first. Because if they can't kill you, they can't hurt her, so, in this tribulation, you are the first one to bear the brunt. Mu Yanyan's beautiful face was calm. Then in your opinion, what is my ending? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. He looked at Mu Yangyang and Zhuo Xiaonian's faces with rapt attention. The master and disciple were almost the same now. Dark clouds covered the sky. Bad luck filled the air. Death aura. Murderous intent. Although it wasn't as certain as before, but it was still a great ominous sign with a slim chance of survival. It would be difficult to escape with one's life. However, what made Zhuo Xiaoduo even more puzzled was Zhuo Xiaonian's physiognomy. After an aura of death, could it be that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? This situation was like after the sky was full of dark clouds, there was not only a clear sky, but also 10 suns in the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo could be sure that after Zhuo Xiaonian passed this tribulation, she would have a bright future. However, this was different from the sky full of dark clouds. The dark clouds would disperse sooner or later, but she might not be able to pass the tribulation. If she couldn't pass the tribulation, Zhuo Xiaonian would still die. However, now that he could see the purple aura, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already very satisfied. Because there was no such thing before. In other words, the previous Zhuo Xiaonian had no future. Now, although the tribulation was still there, the future was promising. I've already seen your ending. On the day of Sister Nyan's breakthrough, you fought to the death in order to protect Sister Nyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Mu Yanyan's expression did not change, but her eyes flickered. What about your sister? Because she was disturbed during the breakthrough, she died of qi deviation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cheeks twitched, and he said, now, there are 51 days before the breakthrough time I foresee. Well, today is over, there are 50 days left. Mu Yangyang sat calmly and asked softly, I have 2 questions now, I need you to answer them directly. Please ask. The result you foresee, is it fate or luck? Mu Yangyang asked. If it is fate, is there a way to change fate? If it is luck, is there a way to reverse the universe? Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a long time, and said, it is fate and luck. What do you mean? Sister Nyan's tribulation is not destined to be a death tribulation. In other words, if she can break through the tribulation, she will be able to rise to the top. That is to say, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Zhuo Xiaojuo said softly, since it is a tribulation, there are two possibilities, one is to pass and the other is not to pass. Naturally, there is no such thing as fate. But for now, it is very difficult to change, isn't it? Mu Yangyang asked. Zhuo Xiaojuo said in distress, I have thought of using variables to affect this tribulation, that is, I told Sister Nyan that she would be in danger when she broke through. She believed me and communicated with you about this. But now, I unexpectedly found that the breakthrough day after 50 days has become the moment of eternal death, and there is no way to change it. I am puzzled about this. Why can't the breakthrough date be changed? Isn't it normal to advance or postpone it? Mu Yangyang was stunned when she heard this. Mu Yangyang had not considered this problem at all. Although she knew the time of Zhuo Xiaoyan's breakthrough, she had already considered the possibility of advancing or postponing it. In fact, she had thought of changing the time of Zhuo Xiaoyan's breakthrough again, and using the time to affect the tribulation. At this moment, when she heard Zhuo Xiaojuo suddenly ask this question, she was stunned and murmured, the breakthrough date can't be changed. Who said it can't be changed? How can it become the moment of eternal death? Only Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate body shook violently, and her bright eyes flickered. Mu Yangyang immediately found that something was wrong. She turned her head and asked, Nyana? Zhuo Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, about this. I went to see Headmaster He the other day and heard her talk about it. I am destined to break through, and once I break through, it will involve the Phoenix Vein of Phoenix City. It is said that it is related to the soul of the Phoenix Vein. Is this the reason why it can't be changed? In the afternoon, the leader will update. Also, brothers and sisters who have received the divine light, please join the group 1090 number 866 at 686. Why don't you join the group after receiving the divine light? Do you want me to give it to you? Chapter 151. Zhuo Xiaoyan recalled. So, the breakthrough will happen on the day of the Phoenix Pulse? The old principal once said, even if I accumulate more power beyond the inner core realm, it will be difficult for me to break through the bottleneck. Because no matter how much power I accumulate, it will never surpass the accumulation of the Phoenix bloodline over the past 40,000 years. So, I'm afraid the breakthrough date can't be changed. Mu Yangyang finally couldn't maintain the indifference on her face. She said in surprise, is there such a thing? Yes, it's the Qi Pulse. The old principal He Yuan Yu said that the day of my breakthrough is the day of the Phoenix Pulse. At the same time, it's also the moment of eternal death that Xiao Juo mentioned just now, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I just found out a few days ago, and there have been too many things happening these few days. Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that she was in the wrong. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything more. If that's the case, things will turn for the better. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression suddenly brightened. He was even in high spirits. I think I really understand. Originally, I only judged the situation based on the divination and foresight. I didn't think too much. After the old principal's guidance, I more or less understood the aura viewing technique. However, I didn't use it on Sister Nyan, nor did I connect it with the mountains and rivers. Not bad, not bad. No wonder I've been watching Sister Nyan's fate. It seems to be closely related to this city. So there's this layer of origin. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. My big sister Nyan Nyan is one of the top few geniuses in the entire Yanwu Empire, yet she has never taken a single step out of Phoenix City. Indeed, there's another reason for her to stay. Zhuo Xiaojuo was exultant. Now that I understand the root cause, I'm suddenly enlightened. It's the power of the Phoenix bloodline that has been faintly restraining you and restricting you. After Zhuo Xiaojuo said this, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yangyang also understood at once. For so many years, there have been so many super sects and hermit sects who want to take Zhuo Xiaoyan away. However, Zhuo Xiaonian has always been reluctant. How persistent can a little girl be? Wouldn't he just pick her up and leave? When they arrived at the sect, they would at most cry for a few days. In the end, wouldn't they have to accept it even if they didn't want to? How difficult could it be? But things weren't that simple. One sect had come, but before he could convince Zhuo Xiaonian, another even more powerful sect had come. The first one couldn't compete with the second one, so he retreated. After that, he continued to work hard, and then he encountered a different sect. The same thing happened again and again, and the cycle repeated itself. When Mu Yangyang arrived, with the powerful strength of the Kunlun Taoism, He Yuanyue's face, and the price left by Mu Yangyang, they were able to accept Zhuo Xiaonian as a disciple. Others only thought that it was natural for everyone to compete for a genius, but in fact, the twists and turns of this matter made Mu Yangyang feel incredible when she thought about it now. Now, after listening to Zhuo Xiaonian's description of the restriction of the phoenix vein, Mu Yangyang immediately solved the doubts in her heart. But then she became more worried. She said, since Nian Er's death involves the phoenix vein soul, and the moment of eternal death can't be changed, then the danger of Nian Er's death will be many times greater. No, I have to talk to Headmaster He and see if there is still room for negotiation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mood at this moment became relaxed. He said in a deep voice, now that we have a direction and the root of the problem, it will be much easier to do later. I'm afraid that there is no way to deal with it. What I see is fate, while the phoenix vein is luck. In other words, what I see is fate and luck, while the phoenix vein is luck and fate itself. It has accumulated the general trend of fate for 40,000 years. In front of Zhuo Xiaoduo, a road suddenly appeared. Finally, he connected everything together. For a moment, he was in an unprecedentedly good mood. Originally, he only saw the result. Now, after gathering all the information of Zhuo Xiaonian, Mu Yangyang, He Yuanyu, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, he finally saw the tip of the iceberg of the truth. But this tip was enough for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Because the direction to solve the problem was finally found. No, I have to see Headmaster He as soon as possible. A trace of anxiety flashed across Mu Yanyan's beautiful face, and a trace of determination. Before this, she had never thought that the breakthrough of the origin core realm would have such a big impact. Now that she suddenly knew, she really couldn't sit still for a moment. Headmaster He asked me to meet him at the Phoenix Pavilion tonight. He also asked me to bring Xiao Duo. Why don't we go together and discuss what to do? I think Headmaster He should also have a headache about this. Okay. Mu Yangyang agreed. At this moment, outside the window, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The heavy rain fell with a crash. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at the time. It was 9:50 p.m. 2.5 hours left. A heavy downpour hit the Phoenix Pavilion. This heavy rain was very heavy. The good drainage system of the city couldn't drain the water in time, causing the water to be tens of centimeters high on the street. This rain was as if the heavens were pouring water down directly. At midnight, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. The three of them set off on time and directly flew out of the window. At a glance, they saw a cushion made of an unknown material drifting like a small boat in the turbulent water on the street. On the cushion was a kitten. Riding on the cushion, its two ears flapped and turned back and forth uneasily on the cushion. It looked up to the sky and shouted, "Meow tilde tilde." The water was rumbling, carrying the cushion downstream. Zhuo Xiaonian's heart moved. With a wave of her hand, the kitten had already come down from the cushion and was sent to a safe area on the side of the road. Although the kitten was safe, it shook its head with a confused look on its face. Why did it suddenly fly on the clouds just now? Phoenix Pavilion turned back. The trees in the mountains that blocked the view had been cleared by Sister Lan, and the view was unprecedentedly open. A big stone, like the head of a phoenix, stood tall. And at the top of the big stone, there was a wheelchair. He Yuanyue's white hair was fluttering in the wind. With an indifferent expression, she stared at the thousands of lights in the city. In the sky, large patches of dark clouds were rapidly dispersing, and the stars were showing little by little. After a while, a bright full moon appeared in the sky. The moon was full and bright, and it shone everywhere. In the eyes of Zhuo Xiaonian and others, who came from afar, He Yuanyue's skinny figure seemed to be embedded in the full moon and integrated with the full moon. Hanging high in the sky, she quietly looked at the earth, looked at the mountains, and looked at the mortal world. This transcendent atmosphere made Mu Yangyang and Zhuo Xiaonian instinctively stop and look at the old woman who seemed to be integrated with the full moon with awe. It was this kind of character, this kind of loftiness. The real heart of the world, the real heart of all living things, the real boundless love, and the blessing of all living things. Even Mu Yangyang, who was obviously much older than He Yuanyu, couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of her heart when she saw this scene at the moment. The full moon hung high in the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the sky, it was blue. There wasn't even a trace of cloud. Come up. He Yuanyu was beckoning. Mu Yangyang took Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaojuo and flew through the air. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She slowly landed beside He Yuanyu. He Yuanyue's skinny face suddenly bloomed with a smile. The night of the full moon, the peak of Phoenix return, the dragon soared and the phoenix danced. Not bad at all. I really didn't expect to complete two things at once today. It's really the will of the heavens. Sister Lan, dressed in black, stood beside her as usual, quietly gazing down the mountain. At this moment, it was already midnight, and all the lights in Phoenix City had been extinguished, but she understood the meaning behind He Yuanyue's words. Being able to see Zhuo Xiaojuo was naturally the main theme of the night, and seeing Mu Yangyang at the same time was an additional surprise. After all, these two people came together in such a delicate atmosphere. It was really rare, so naturally it was a surprise. Just when He Yuanyu, Zhuo Xiaojuo, and Mu Yangyang met, He Yuanyu suddenly frowned slightly, raised her head slightly, and looked at the southern sky. At the top of the southern sky, there seemed to be 3 stars in the shape of a triangle that lit up slightly. Is it an illusion? When He Yuanyu looked again, she couldn't see anything. The 3 people all saw He Yuanyue's abnormal behavior at the moment, and naturally wondered, and they all looked back. Mu Yangyang and Zhuo Xiaonian didn't see anything. Only the jade pendant that Zhuo Xiaojuo had integrated into his body, at this moment, slightly heated up and flickered, but this change was enough for Zhuo Xiaojuo to feel. That was an inexplicable aura, falling from the heavens and gathering here. He Yuanyu continued to survey the entire Phoenix City in a trance. Even though it was the middle of the night and there weren't many lights left, the bright moonlight allowed her to see far, far away with a single glance. Under the hazy moonlight, clear splendor spread over thousands of miles, spreading over the world. Come and see. He Yuanyu smiled, stretched out her right hand, and pointed to the south. Tonight is the 15th of June. After a heavy rain, all the dust has been washed away. The blue sky is clean, heaven and earth meet, and yin and yang feel. Tonight, at this moment, is the time for the dragon to rise. After the heavy rain, if there is a dragon vein, there will be a green dragon rising, riding the wind to the 9 heavens. I came here tonight to take advantage of the heavens to see the rise and fall of the green dragon, moving among the clouds. He Yuanyu smiled. My original intention of calling Xiao Juo here was to guide him in the aspect of the aura examination technique, and to deepen his understanding. I didn't expect Teacher Mu to come with me. This can be considered a coincidence. Rise of the green dragon? That's right. He Yuanyu said, as the saying goes, Lone yin does not grow, lone yang does not grow. Where there is a phoenix vein, there will be a dragon vein. It's just that the dragon vein in Phoenix City is too well hidden, and I can't do anything about it. But tonight, I'm at the time when the green dragon rises to the heavens. Even if there are people who want to hide it, there will always be clues. Where does this dragon rise to the heavens? Where does it come from, and where does it end? Does this Phoenix City have a dragon vein? Chapter 152. Mu Yangyang pondered and asked slowly, what if there are still no signs, or there is no dragon vein in Phoenix City at all? He Yuanyue's eyes were deep. If there is no dragon vein, then we will lose this battle. The Phoenix Pulse Spirit is also a dead end. Then take your spiritual sense with you and run away immediately. Even if the whole Phoenix City turns into ashes, you are not allowed to come back. Little Nyan, if you really do this, you will not be able to return to Phoenix City for the rest of your life. Why is that? Zhuo Xiaonian asked. If the dragon vein does not exist, or if it has been used by the enemy, Phoenix City will be your death ground. Especially after the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, this will be your death ground. No matter when you appear in Phoenix City, you will die immediately. Mu Yangyang, Zhuo Xiaonian, and Zhuo Xiaoduo's faces suddenly changed and became very ugly. Zhuo Xiaonian said firmly, even if there is no dragon vein, I will not leave. I swear to live and die with my family. He Yuanyue's eyes flashed, and she glanced at Mu Yangyang imperceptibly. Mu Yangyang nodded slightly. The rain has just fallen, and the sky is clear. In terms of timing, the azure dragon is still in the breeding stage, and there is still some time before it rises. He Yuanyu waved, Zhuo Xiaoduo, come here. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood beside Mu Yanyan's wheelchair, blocking the cold wind for her with his body. Don't stand there, and don't block my wind. He Yuanyu frowned and said, stand here, facing the wind, and look carefully. Look. Look at what? Look at the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of you. At this moment, the position you are standing at is the highest point. Use your eyes and your heart to look. He Yuanyu said softly, use the position you are standing at as your eyes and look down. The panoramic view of Phoenix City is in front of you. I want to know, from your point of view, what can you see? Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a loss, but he followed her words. Zhuo Xiaonian and Mu Yangyang could not help but look in the same direction, but they felt that they could not see anything strange. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he quietly opened his eyes and looked forward. He unconsciously gathered power in his eyes, and everything in the world seemed to be clearer and brighter in his eyes at this moment. After the heavy rain, the mountain was full of the sound of snakes and rats and other animals crawling. Apart from that, the world was completely silent. Even the meteor shower, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain. As the rainwater seeped into the ground, the scorching heat of the ground evaporated, and endless amounts of water vapor slowly rose from the ground. Looking from afar, it looked like plumes of smoke that shot straight into the sky. It was the same everywhere in an area of a few thousand kilometers, and the scene was magnificent to the extreme. Zhuo Xiaoduo came to a realization. This should be the time He Yuanyu mentioned. He Yuanyue's voice, with a strange melody, slowly sounded in his ears. The cycle of heaven has a beginning and an end. Water rises and falls. The more water vapor that falls to the ground, the more rain that returns to the sky. Xiaoduo, what do you see? Zhuo Xiaoduo focused and looked forward seriously. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. I see. Everywhere, there is mist rising. The mountain below, the mountains to the left and right, are all rapidly rising. Over at Phoenix City, it is also rising. Yes, is there anything else? Just like the celestial mountains, the mist is constantly growing, nothing is left out. Hey! There were two places where no water vapor rose from the beginning to the end. What's going on? Hey! There are two places. He Yuanyu opened her eyes in surprise. Two? Yes, two. Those two places are very far away from here. But from here, it seems to be the center of Phoenix City. It is the most prosperous area. Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. In the most prosperous area, the roadside buildings were almost all hardened. In such weather, it should be hotter and there should be more water vapor. How could there be no water vapor rising? How far do you see these two places? He Yuanyu closed her eyes and asked softly. She did not have any cultivation. What Zhuo Xiaoduo could see, she could not. Zhuo Xiaoduo heard her and closed his eyes. He used his mind's eye to measure and observe. The distance is about half a foot. Zhuo Xiaoduo said uncertainly. From the distance of half a foot in your eyes to the actual terrain. Two places. Two places. He Yuan Yu suddenly thought of something, and her spirit suddenly became excited. This sudden excitement made her spirit all of a sudden, and even her old face suddenly became flushed. Sister Lan, here. Xiao Duo, keep watching. Don't stop. Sister Lan, take little Duo and fly over from a high altitude. You have to be fast and remember to conceal yourself at the same time. See what these two places are. Go to the sky above the center of Phoenix City as fast as you can. Make sure Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes are locked on those two special places. Then come back as fast as you can. Be careful not to expose yourself. Be sure to see clearly. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo maintained his mind's eye state and did not move. Sister Lan grabbed his belt with one hand and her body quietly floated as she floated away. Old principal, what are you doing? Mu Yangyang asked, puzzled. He Yuan Yu gently raised her hand and stopped her from asking. There was a cold light in her eyes. Don't be impatient. Wait for them to come back. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, this matter may become the key to reversing our disadvantage. Mu Yangyang didn't understand what she was talking about at this time. She only felt confused and mysterious. He Yuan Yu murmured, this is really a coincidence. How did I not think that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be able to see more than me, and be able to distinguish? Where there is no water vapor. This is really the mercy of the heavens. Sigh, I should have thought of this earlier. The physique of a martial artist is not something an old man like me can compare to. Then she sighed again and said, but even if I thought of it, there are not so many people I can trust. Phew. She took a long breath and didn't speak anymore. She just looked at the distant sky with longing in her eyes. Sister Lan moved very fast. After a while, she flew back with Zhuo Xiaoduo. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was directly in the vacuum air cover. He wasn't even blown by the wind. It was close to being unaffected. It was naturally easy for her to lock onto the target. Did you see it? Can you confirm it? I saw it. I've confirmed the location. These two places, where are they? He Yuanyue's breathing was a little heavy at this moment, and she asked anxiously. One is the headquarters of Meng's group. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the other is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. Meng's group. Ning family's ancestral grave. He Yuan Yu was stunned when she heard these two places. Suddenly, there was even a feeling of suffocation. Then, He Yuan Yu suddenly coughed violently. She coughed so hard that she almost coughed out her heart, lungs, and intestines. Her face was red and faintly purple. But her eyes showed a kind of angry and frightening brilliance. Sister Lan and Mu Yangyang, the two masters, worked together to calm He Yuan Yu down, but they couldn't calm her down for a long time. 40,000 years of accumulation, painstaking efforts, millions of people's lives, the fate of the entire continent, the survival of the Astral Souls Umno Alliance is a matter of life and death. Because of selfishness, it's in danger. He Yuan Yu let out a shrill cry, and cursed angrily, shameless. He was insane. Shameless. He was insane. Shameless. You're insane. She gasped for breath, her face flushed red, her eyes bloodshot, and her body trembled in anger. I thought that my decades of hard work were going against the heavens, but in the end, it was all in vain. But I never thought that I would be stabbed in the back by those who thought they were on my side. I see. He Yuan Yu looked up to the sky and shouted, damn it. Mu Yangyang and the others didn't understand what He Yuan Yu was angry about, and they were all confused. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of doubts at this moment, and it was difficult to understand. After a long time, He Yuanyue's breathing finally calmed down, but she first let out a long sigh. Her entire person looked a little older. She didn't have much energy left, and she seemed to have lost most of it. What happened just now? Mu Yangyang asked. He Yuan Yu ignored her, and raised her head tremblingly. Xiaoduo, come, you still stand in the same position as before. Look at the Phoenix turned back mountain under your feet, the mountains on your left and right, and the Phoenix City and even further away. Look at it with your heart, and see what it looks like. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at it seriously, and quickly outlined a relatively complete image in his mind. As this image was outlined, Zhuo Xiaojuo was shocked by his own visualization, and said with some uncertainty, "This, if viewed as a whole, it looks like a big bird." "Yes, a big bird." He Yuan Yu said with relief, "Remember, the mountain under our feet is called the Phoenix Turned Back Mountain. And the stone we are standing on now is a complete big stone, weighing tens of millions of tons. I call it the Phoenix Head. Sister Lan, please take Xiao Juo to the sky again to see the whole picture." "Okay." After a while, Zhuo Xiaojuo looked thoughtful after seeing what he saw. He Yuan Yu asked expectantly, "What did you see this time?" "I saw a big bird." Zhuo Xiaojuo said honestly, "I don't know if it's because of the factor of preconceived notions, especially when looking at it from the sky, the impression is more vivid." "Anything else?" He Yuan Yu asked. "Looking for monthly votes, subscription, and recommendation tickets." He was too tired to type, so he went to rest. Chapter 153. Also. Zhuo Xiaojuo was a little uncertain, but he still told her the ridiculous idea in his heart. "The big bird I saw spread its wings and was about to fly. The mountains on both sides were like flapping wings." He Yuan Yu said seriously, "Then tell me, can this big bird fly?" Zhuo Xiaojuo said honestly, "It can't fly." "Why?" "The entire Phoenix City is the body of this big bird. It's close to the ground. Based on the momentum of the big bird, it can't be moved at all. Combine it with your previous discovery. It's the water vapor that soars into the sky." He Yuan Yu guided him patiently. "I've already thought of this, but even if the water vapor is added to the big bird's momentum, it's still not complete. Is it because of those 2 points?" This time, Zhuo Xiaojuo thought for a long time and said, "I'm not sure, but it does look like." He Yuan Yu exhaled twice and said, "If that's the case, let me put it in another way. This big bird wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Its wings were ready to soar into the sky. Its tail was also ready to soar into the sky. However, it seemed that someone on the ground had used 2 hands to firmly hold the 2 legs of the big bird. This big bird was firmly fixed to the ground. So, this big bird, no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't fly." He Yuan Yu had made it very clear. Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes flashed with understanding. "That's right, it does feel that way. When the water vapor soared into the sky, the big bird had a chance to fly, but think about it again. The 2 places you went just now, don't they look like the place where the big bird's feet were caught?" He Yuan Yu's voice was getting more and more urgent. "From a geographical point of view, it should be those 2 places, but I can't be sure." Zhuo Xiaojuo finally nodded. He Yuan Yu let out a long sigh of relief. "So the root cause of the decline of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is actually here." He Yuan Yu closed her eyes and breathed tiredly. "I've been wondering for decades, how could the big bird not fly with the accumulation of 43,000 years of earth veins?" I see. He Yuan Yu muttered to herself. She was filled with disappointment and sadness as she muttered to herself, "The human heart is so terrifying. I'd rather imprison and kill the phoenix, just to drink a mouthful of insignificant phoenix blood. I'd rather not let the phoenix soar into the sky and soar through the 9 heavens." He Yuan Yu smiled miserably and said softly, "The phoenix soars and cries, the 9 heavens congratulates, the true dragon echoes, the dragon and the phoenix bring prosperity, the mountains and rivers of the universe, the seas and the rivers are clear." This is supposed to be an ancient trend that follows the will of the heavens and the people. Yet now, the phoenix wails yet doesn't rise, the dragon hides yet is unable to emerge, and all of this is actually caused by the selfish desires of man. He Yuan Yu's eyes were filled with boundless hatred as she looked ahead. Thinking of the 2 places she couldn't see, she felt as if she was weeping blood. Such a person should be an animal for all eternity, and his entire family should be exterminated. He would be a beast for all eternity, and his 9 generations would be exterminated. Mu Yangyang was terrified. To be able to make He Yuan Yu, who was like a Buddha, utter such a heavy curse, it seemed that this matter was serious to a certain extent. "Old principal, what's going on? Can you explain it to us? Mu Yangyang asked cautiously. Teacher Mu, please wait a moment. After I finish watching tonight's weather, I'll explain it to you in detail. He Yuanyue's eyes almost didn't blink as she looked at the dark Phoenix City under her feet. The entire city boundary. Her eyes were filled with eagerness and expectation. Time passed by little by little. The full moon had already deviated from the overhead. And He Yuanyue's expression became more and more anxious. Why hasn't it come out yet? Where's the azure dragon? Are you going to watch your partner endure imprisonment and die in humiliation? Where's the dragon? Time went back a few hours. In the pouring rain, Qin Fangyang swept through the forest. His sword light was like lightning, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. This forest had completely turned into a battlefield. Today, I've really seen the power of money, it's not empty words. Qin Fangyang didn't know how many times he had sighed in his heart. He originally thought that things wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. How much power could a local tycoon mobilize? With his tyrannical strength at the nascent soul level, few people in the entire Phoenix City could do anything to him. But the reality was obviously beyond his expectations. The local tycoon, Shen Yushu, had mobilized an extraordinarily strong force. Ever since he sent Suo Xiaojuo home, Qin Fangyang had been constantly attacked. Just when he was having a meal in a small restaurant, he was attacked 3 times. Poison, sneak attack, strong attack. The 3 consecutive attacks made Qin Fangyang feel even more incredulous. After that, as Qin Fangyang left the city, the attacks continued. When Qin Fangyang climbed up the Phoenix Tail Mountain, the number of people under his sword had already exceeded 100. And as the number of people who died under his sword increased, the combat power of the people dispatched by the other party also increased. After a night of fierce fighting, 7 or 8 experts at the peak of the Origin Core Realm had already died under Qin Fangyang's sword. Peak of the Origin Core Realm, martial arts master, each of them was no weaker than Zhuo Xiaoyan, but they had all died in this battle. Qin Fangyang was surprised. He grabbed a few of them and interrogated them. Kill Qin Fangyang. In the dark channels of Phoenix City, a new reward for killing Qin Fangyang instantly caused a huge commotion. 1 billion Astral Souls coins, 10 Astral Souls flame pills, 10,000 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls jade, an ancient book that can allow one to cultivate to the cloud transformation realm, and the reward for Qin Fangyang's head. 1 person kills, 1 person gets the reward. The reward will be split equally if more people kill him. If you die in the mission, regardless of whether you succeed in the end, you will get another 100,000 as a settlement fee. Such a huge reward, not only in Phoenix City, but even in the Central Plains, this was the first of its kind. Money moved people's hearts. Such a huge reward could be said to be shocking. This explosive news caused the underground world of Phoenix City to go crazy overnight. As a result, many well-known experts came in disguise, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Looking at the time, it was close to 7 o'clock in the evening. At that time, he had just sent Suo Xiaojuo home and killed a few experts who had ambushed him. Also, through the roadside surveillance camera, he had spoken before. It seemed that it was at that time that Shen Yushu finally decided to issue the reward. After a series of killings, Qin Fangyang finally felt that he was indeed ignorant and inexperienced. At the very least, he was outdated. Who would have thought of this during the fierce battle at the Sun Moon Pass? Some rich people in some places can throw away so much wealth just for their own personal grudges, driving these experts who are already considered to be accomplished cultivators to rush to their death. Money, is it so good? The power of money, is it so captivating and unafraid of death? Better than the perseverance of the heart? Better than the righteousness of the country? Better than the responsibility of a martial artist? Better than the principles of injustice? The more Qin Fangyang killed, the angrier he got. In the end, he did not hold back and started to kill. Since you all have the ability to go to the front line and use it here as the lackeys of the rich, then I can't say anything. Whoever comes, I will kill. Even if you're alive, you're still someone else's dog. Why can't I kill you? Come on. Endless noble spirit, endless heartless people to kill. Qin Fangyang was on Phoenix Tail Mountain, holding his sword to his chest and laughing to the sky. Watch me kill my way out in broad daylight. Ha 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 ha. The torrential rain was like a waterfall. Qin Fangyang had completely turned into a killing god. He no longer walked in the light, but hid in the darkness. Assassination? Don't I, Qin Fangyang, know how to do it? Don't I, the Five Swordsmen, count as a powerful dragon? How long could a few local tyrants of Phoenix City act so arrogantly? Qin Fangyang was on this Phoenix Tail Mountain, moving back and forth, killing here and there. With his tyrannical cultivation, at least in this area, except for a few people, he was an invincible existence. The rain continued to fall, and people kept dying. The rainwater flowing at the bottom of Phoenix Tail Mountain turned into a light pink because of the death of too many people. Even Qin Fangyang had forgotten how many people had died in his hands. The power of money could drive people crazy. From dusk to the arrival of the storm, from the downpour to the end of the storm, Qin Fangyang didn't stop at all. I will give you a chance to take revenge. I will also give you a chance to vent your anger. If you can't seize this opportunity, don't blame me for being merciless. In the end, although there were still people at the bottom of the mountain, few people dared to rush up. Qin Fangyang is just a teacher in the second high school. He only taught the martial arts class. Why is he so difficult to deal with? Nascent soul cultivation? How can a teacher of the second high school's martial arts class be at the nascent soul cultivation? Impossible. This information, this understanding, had been questioned and puzzled by many people, but it was difficult to understand. Qin Fangyang is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as we rush up, we can kill him. This kind of words had been said countless times. In any case, nearly 400 people had charged forward because of this sentence, and not a single one of them had survived. At this moment, hearing this sentence again, no one dared to go up. This Qin Fangyang must be good at assassination. In other words, in this mountain forest, it is no different from his home ground. Going up is suicide. Otherwise, it can't explain why so many people were killed by him. This kind of talk was getting more and more. We have to find a way to force him out. Otherwise, we can't do anything and can only sigh. Everyone was thinking of a way. As the mastermind, Shun Yushu was also thinking of a way. He had overestimated Qin Fangyang as much as possible, so he put out such a high reward. In fact, this reward was really put out by him in a moment of impulse. He almost regretted it the moment he put it out. The price was too high. But he never thought that under such a reward, under the tide-like serial assassinations, Qin Fangyang would be safe and sound. Not only was he safe and sound, but so many experts died. It was almost like they were rushing to their death. Chapter 154. After a night of killing, Shun Yushu would have to pay close to 200 million just to settle down. However, Qin Fangyang's words made Shun Yushu even more furious and fearful. I heard that CEO Shun's hands are stained with blood, but I don't know if you have more or I have more. It was this sentence that made Shun Yushu even more fearful. If I don't kill Qin Fangyang, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. He could feel Qin Fangyang's killing intent towards him, and it was not that he did not regret it. As his son's teacher, Qin Fangyang was originally from the same side, and could be said to be a natural ally, especially when Qin Fangyang specially reminded him for his son's safety, and even took extreme measures without regard for his status. He only hoped that his son would not go out to train, and it could be said that he was already extremely benevolent. Not to mention the disclaimer. He had stubbornly allowed his son to go out, and this matter could not be blamed on Qin Fangyang. This point, Shun Yushu was clear in his heart. If he could handle this matter rationally, Qin Fangyang would not be held responsible, but the guilt in Qin Fangyang's heart would still exist, and the two of them would have a high chance of becoming friends through this matter. To be able to have such a capable person as Qin Fangyang as a friend was already a blessing. However, he could not take this lying down, and his only thought was, my son is dead, and you guys are safe and sound. Then I will mess with you. What I have is money. See if I don't mess with you to death. I only need to throw money, and I can also smash you to death. It was this kind of arrogance that allowed him to command the wind and rain in Phoenix City for so many years, and the pain and madness of his own son's tragic death that made Shen Yushu take this step. And now, there was no turning back. The rain has stopped. Stopped. It's good that it has stopped. Shen Yushu jumped up. Burn. Burn the mountain. Force him out. CEO Shen, against such an expert, I'm afraid burning the mountain is not very useful. Yes, he is flying. Fire is useless. He has been fighting for 6 hours. Have you seen flying? Is he made of iron? Shen Yushu said indifferently if he could leave, wouldn't he have left long ago? Since he is still here, it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he can't. Who would be so stupid to face 10,000 experts and not retreat? So stubborn. The others thought about it. Hey, this makes sense. As a result, thousands of large carts filled the foot of Phoenix Tail Mountain with fuel. An order was given. Flames soared into the sky. Qin Fangyang, even if you can fly, I will still burn you to ashes. Chen Yushu looked at the raging inferno that stretched for several hundred li, his heart filled with indescribable joy. We've been fighting for 8 hours. Are you, Qin Fangyang, made of iron? Even if I'm tired, I'll exhaust you to death. Shen Yushu muttered to himself, Die, Qin Fangyang, die. Arth. The fire soared to the sky. When the fire started burning, the people at the foot of the mountain were shocked to see Qin Fangyang's figure appear on a protruding cliff of Phoenix Tail Mountain. Beneath Qin Fangyang's feet was a towering inferno. It was as if he was floating amidst the flames. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Fangyang let out a deafening roar, Shen Yushu, I will give you another chance tomorrow. In the light of the fire, the sword aura soared and turned into a long, cylindrical dragon. It was bright and dazzling as it soared into the sky. In the cloudless sky after the rain, it soared and danced. Then, it turned into a meteor-like ray of light, streaking across the sky and leaving calmly. Just like a comet, it pulled a long tail and disappeared into a place that was difficult to see. Shen Yushu's face turned pale. At this time, a few people rushed up with dark faces. Mr. Shen, the information you gave said that Qin Fangyang is at most at the peak of the inner core realm. Even if he hid his strength, he should have just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Is the early stage of the nascent soul realm his limit? But how do you explain the situation now? Flying thousands of feet in the sky and flying on the sword. This is clearly the cultivation of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Mr. Shen, to assassinate such a peerless master of martial arts, the minimum requirement is that the information is accurate, right? Shen Yushu, you are simply cheating people. Facing the tide of accusations, Shen Yushu's eyes stared blankly and his face turned pale. Qin Fangyang had been in second high for so many years, but he had never really shown his strength. The information that was registered in second high was also very vague. Moreover, Qin Fangyang had always been teaching the martial arts class. As for teaching the martial arts class, embryonic breathing realm cultivation was enough. Even innate realm cultivation was enough. Shen Yushu had already estimated Qin Fangyang's cultivation based on the highest estimate. There was a 30% chance that he was at the inner core realm. The worst estimate was that he had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. There was a 70% chance that he was at the inner core realm, master realm cultivation. This was not only Shen Yushu's guess, but also what most people knew about Qin Fangyang. This included many teachers in second high who thought so. There were only a few people who knew Qin Fangyang's true strength. As for the attack on the Long Street that involved the UMNO alliance, they had already sealed their mouths. Now that Qin Fangyang had displayed such strength, Shen Yushu and the people who participated in the encirclement felt a chill in their heart. A basin of ice water poured down on their heads. The fire on the mountain was still burning fiercely. With so much fuel, it was enough to burn Feng Wei Mountain to ashes. After a long, long time, Chen Yushu finally gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, The reward will be doubled. Everyone who had come because of the bounty had an ugly expression on their faces. Fuck you. Even if it's increased by 10 times, I won't go. Money is good, but it's only useful if you're alive to enjoy it. Fighting with someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm, is seeking death. Luckily, I didn't rush up stupidly. Otherwise, this day next year would be my death anniversary. Me too, it's so fucking dangerous. This Shun Yu Shu really tricked people to death. The scene of Qin Fangyang flying on his sword at the end made me feel cold all over. I'm infinitely glad. This fucking. It's like taking a stroll with your head tied to your belt. Luckily, we came late, otherwise. In one night, almost 2,000 people died. 2,000 martial arts practitioners who were at least at the peak of the innate realm, and more than half of the embryonic breathing realm and inner core realm, all died in the hands of one person. They only found out that he was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm. Will those who died die with regret? Is this Shun Yu Shu retarded? His son's teacher is such a peerless grandmaster. Not only did he not suck up to him, he actually made their relationship to this extent. He wants to use a 1 billion bounty to kill someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm? Is there something wrong with his brain? Let's go home and sleep. That glimpse just now scared me so much that my legs turned to jelly. For 100,000 yuan, he risked his life with a peak of the nascent soul realm expert. Fuck, is 100,000 yuan enough to fucking kill Shun Yu Shu? Alright, let's not talk about it. It's already a great fortune that we didn't die. Let's go. Tomorrow's drinks, my treat. Don't fight with me. I, a inner core realm expert, actually didn't die from chasing a cloud transformation realm expert. My luck is indescribable. It must be my treat. Let's celebrate properly. Don't say that. Normally, embryonic breathing realm experts can also fly. However, the height Qin Fangyang flew to in one breath was more than 10,000 feet. The distance he flew directly on his sword. Damn, I don't think there's any problem for him to fly a few thousand miles around the 4 major cities in one breath. It scared me to death. Isn't that so? All the assassins who were chasing after Qin Fangyang were all discouraged. They left while discussing. No one was interested in the reward anymore. Looking at these people leaving one by one, Shun Yu Shu's whole body turned cold. Even his eyes began to show despair. The only thing he relied on was his own money. Now that money had lost its attraction, Shun Yu Shu could no longer think of any other way to deal with Qin Fangyang. He stood there blankly for a while, but said viciously, "Help me make an appointment with Chairman Meng tomorrow morning." The phoenix turned back. On the mountain. Yuan Yu was anxiously looking at the southern sky. She was waiting for the moment when heaven and earth converged and the dragon soared after the rain. Her gaze was so ardent and expectant. However, there was no movement in the distance. The full moon slowly deviated from the top of her head. Yuan Yu looked up at the full moon above her head for a while, then at the southern sky. Seeing that the full moon was about to deviate from the center, she was burning with anxiety and muttered, "Where is the phoenix if there's no dragon? Where's the dragon? It's impossible that there's no dragon. Come out." Yuan Yu called out weakly. Right at this moment, far away, a fire suddenly rose into the sky. The fire reached an uncontrollable level in an instant. The entire southern sky turned red because of it. The huge heat caused by the fire quickly turned the rain that had just fallen on the ground into steam. The steam rolled and rose slowly into the sky along with the heat wave. Not only Yuan Yu, but also Zhuo Xiaojuo, Mu Yangyang, Zhuo Xiaonian, and Sister Lan, who were watching on such a large scale, all saw this scene. Due to the raging fire, the heat wave formed a cloud of water vapor that filled the air, creating a peculiar sight in the air. The vapor slowly spread, expanded, and engulfed the entire Phoenix City. Right at this moment, the steam in Phoenix City seemed to be attracted and changed again. At the moment when it was about to converge with the heat wave, suddenly, it changed its course midway. An atmosphere spiraled, carrying the sweeping heat wave, and rushed into the sky. From Feng Huehue's side of the mountain peak, the scene was clearly that of a huge fire dragon. It was surrounded by endless red light. Suddenly, it drilled out of the soaring flames and soared into the sky with all the power of the flames. This fire dragon had a head and legs. Its 5 claws were awe-inspiring. Its whole body was covered in flames and golden light. It was clearly a dragon's scales. The way it shook its head and wagged its tail was as if it had suddenly broken free from endless shackles. It was mixed with tens and hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. It erupted and soared into the sky, with more than enough. The continuous body of the fire dragon seemed to be endless. Its head was already in the sky, but there seemed to be a huge body that kept drilling out from the ground. I've been exploding continuously for half a month without stopping. In 15 days, I've updated 230,000 words. I'm really tired. I'll take a rest tonight and continue to explode tomorrow. Maybe I'm still not as much as others. However, I'm at the forefront of the updates. As for those old guys who have been writing for more than 10 years, I'm probably the only one who's still updating like this. Cough. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please recommend me. Please come to Chijian Chinese Network and support me. Thank you. Chapter 155. Finally, the dragon's tail rose from the ground, and the fire dragon flew up and down, soaring towards the endless sky. This miraculous scene lasted for a full 2 minutes in the eyes of the crowd. The fire dragon finally disappeared into the sky. Nothing could be seen. However, the originally clear and cloudless sky suddenly surged in layers of clouds from the horizon. Suddenly, the wind in the horizon seemed to have torn a hole in the blue sky, and it blew crazily. The dark clouds in all directions were like soldiers who had heard the command of a great general. They began to gather at lightning speed towards this place. In the sky, the clouds rolled and flew, magnificent and infinite. Yuanyue's lips trembled, and tears quietly flowed from her eyes. Those were tears because of excitement. I didn't see it wrong. Since there is a phoenix vein here, of course there is a dragon vein. The phoenix vein is protected by the dragon vein, but why is it a fire dragon? Why is it not a green dragon? Yuanyu muttered to herself. However, the ecstasy in her heart was even more than that. The power of the fire dragon and its instantaneous explosive power were much greater than that of the green dragon. In the current dangerous situation, it was more appropriate to have the strongest explosive power. The phoenix of the dragon yin dies, and the phoenix of the dragon yang rises. Before the sun and the moon, the city is covered with blood. I see. Fire dragon, fire, doesn't it represent the appearance of the dragon yang? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaojuo and the others were also shocked to the point that their bodies stiffened after witnessing such a miraculous scene. Their adrenaline surged as they trembled with excitement. Dragon! Mu Yangyang exclaimed, that's a fire dragon. Although Mu Yangyang was a super grandmaster at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she had never seen a dragon, a creature that only existed in legend. She absolutely did not expect that she would be able to see the manifestation of a dragon today. Although it was only a wind, water, and fire dragon, no one could deny that this was a dragon. Mu Yangyang was so shocked that she was a little carried away. It turns out that many ancient legends are not nonsense. Too many people won't believe it, but it's just that future generations or people today who don't have the chance to see it. Just like today's scenery, if not for standing on top of the phoenix turning around and overlooking the entire land, rivers, and mountains, even in Phoenix City, it would be impossible to see. It's just that this dragon. Why has it been dormant for so long and not come out? Mu Yangyang looked at the sky with some reverence. The dark clouds in all directions were gathering rapidly. In the middle, there was only the surroundings of the full moon, which had not been covered, but it was only a matter of a moment. The wind blew crazily, causing all the trees on the mountain to let out a mournful sound. They bent neatly, as if they were bowing respectfully to the king of beasts. Yuanyu smiled. She smiled with satisfaction. It's good that it has come out. It can be seen that this dragon has also suffered a lot. I'm afraid that it has been dormant all this time because it was restrained by some factors. Now, at this moment of time, the wind and clouds have gathered, and it has finally awakened. However, if it weren't for the strong force of the fire from the south that strongly impacted the dragon and phoenix veins, increasing the power of this fire dragon to a considerable extent and taking advantage of the momentum to rise to the sky, I'm afraid that it may not be able to break free. The rain bred the dragon's body, and the fire encouraged the dragon's power. It's good that it can get out of the trap. It's good that it can get out of the trap. Maybe it will be better because of this. Yuenue's face was full of relief. Zhuo Xiaonian looked in the direction where the fire dragon disappeared and murmured, "Grandma I feel that the fire dragon that just came out is very strange." Yuanyu was in a good mood at the moment. She asked with a smile, "Very strange? What's so strange about it?" "I always feel that this fire dragon is a little strange. Especially when it just broke free and rushed up, it was quite a kind of exaltation. No, it shouldn't be exaltation, but the feeling of a villain who has achieved success. Anyway, it's not the kind of atmosphere that is particularly decent." Zhuo Xiaonian muttered, "This dragon gives people the kind of feeling that I want to catch and beat it up. The kind of lovable feeling that it is hateful, but I can't bear to kill it." Yuanyu laughed heartily and said, "A dragon has been trapped for 10,000 years. Now that it has escaped, it's natural for it to be arrogant. It must have been hard on you, little girl, to think so much and empathize with it." Zhuo Xiaonian smiled embarrassedly. Well, just now, she was acting like a girl and couldn't help but fantasize about it. Then, he tilted his head and saw Zhuo Xiaojuo staring blankly at the sky. That sluggish pug expression on his face made Zhuo Xiaojuo want to trample on him. He immediately grabbed his head and rubbed it in his arms. Seeing the wonder of heaven and earth, Zhuo Xiaojuo was so excited that he almost went crazy. "Damn it, your expression just now was so silly, ha ha ha. Help! Help!" Zhuo Xiaojuo's voice changed. Everyone laughed. Yuanyu finally put down the biggest worry in her heart. Her smile also became relaxed. She said lightly, "The situation has been reversed with the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. We have at least a 50-50 chance of success. Now that the time is on our side, we just need to continue to think of ways to cooperate with the follow-up of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit." Zhuo Xiaojuo touched his messy hair and struggled out of Zhuo Xiaonian's arms with a complaining face. Then he heard this sentence. He couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhuo Xiaonian's pretty face. Sure enough, the strong inexplicable death aura from before had dissipated a lot. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable unknown. Unknown? How could it be unknown? Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't believe it. He activated the Deva Eye and used a drop of luck point to look at Zhuo Xiaonian's face with a burning gaze. However, more strange information was projected into Zhuo Xiaojuo's mind. The moment it entered his mind, Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes bulged and his eyeballs almost flew out. How could this be? Because what he saw was Zhuo Xiaonian? Well, it was a series of question marks. What the hell was this? Zhuo Xiaojuo was cursing in his heart. How could this be? A series of question marks? What kind of answer was this? It was driving Master Zhuo crazy. When Zhuo Xiaonian saw him suddenly staring at her in a daze, she couldn't help but feel angry, happy, and embarrassed. The moment she came back to her senses, she became even more shy. She couldn't help but pinch Zhuo Xiaojuo's waist forcefully and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." Zhuo Xiaojuo howled in pain. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Mu Yangyang and the others all smiled knowingly when they saw this pair of children playing around. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky from afar. It was like a bolt of lightning that penetrated the heavens and the earth. It rushed into the clouds and disappeared behind the thick clouds. Sister Lan's eyes were the sharpest, and the owner of the sword light was someone she was familiar with. Although it was just a flash, she still recognized who it was. She couldn't help but be surprised. Qin Fangyang? What is he doing? Qin Fangyang? Hearing that it was Qin Fangyang, Yuanyu couldn't help but look up. She only saw that the dark clouds in all directions had gathered and formed a thick layer, like mountains gathering in the sky. Silver snakes danced in all directions, and countless bolts of lightning interweaved into a big net. Even though the wind was blowing, it didn't have any effect on the dark clouds in the sky. The clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and the sound of lightning was gradually becoming clearer. Amidst the dark clouds, the faint sound of thunder had already begun to resound rhythmically. It was like the dull beating of ancient war drums as it gradually approached. The sword light flashed again, and Qin Fangyang came out of the dark clouds and landed on the big rock. He said angrily, "The wind is so strong, and it's going to rain soon. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Yuanyu nodded slowly and said, "The birth of the fire dragon, and the change of the qi of the phoenix vein, we are indeed not safe here. Especially the appearance of the fire dragon, who knows how many years of accumulated resentment before, will inevitably turn into a heavy rain and fall on the world. Let's go back to the office and talk." Just as Yuanyue's voice fell, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky, as if it was responding to her words. Crack! It was deafening. A blazing white light of lightning, from the clouds to the east and west, went straight to the north and south, and then with a violent force that could destroy the world, it zigzagged and fell to the ground. The whole sky and earth, at this moment, was even brighter than noon. The target of the lightning was the phoenix turning head, like a heavenly tribulation descending to the world, abundant and unstoppable. Sister Lan's vital energy suddenly rolled up, and Qin Fangyang moved almost at the same time as her. He rolled up Yuanyu and sped away. Mu Yangyang rolled up her long sleeves, rolled up Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaojuo, and also flew away. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of dissatisfaction and unhappiness. Just now when such a frightening lightning fell, Qin Fangyang didn't even look at him from the corner of his eye, and directly took Yuanyu away. "I'm your disciple. Where do you put me by doing this? I'm so angry." Humph. Luckily, I can still control a few of them. If I'm really angry, I'll eat more tomorrow and directly choke myself to death, and directly let you, Qin Fangyang, lose your legacy. Just a moment after everyone left, the phoenix turning head was hit by the lightning. The endless power of the lightning went deep into the whole mountain, and the earth-shattering rumblings sounded one after another. Not long after, the cliff at the back of the mountain began to collapse, and the whole mountain below the phoenix turning head had landslides, and mudslides rolled out. With the appearance of the mudslide, the phoenix turning head, which was no less than 10 million tons, began to slowly rotate. Although the rotation frequency was very slight, it was very clear, and even very coherent. Once it started to rotate, there was no sign of it stopping. With the landslide in the north, the cliff collapsed, and the mudslides rolled out from the east and west under the gaze of the few people who flew to the sky to avoid the lightning. The phoenix turning head, just a little bit, slowly, turned back. Finally, the protruding huge rock turned in one direction, from facing south to facing north. The whole mountain was shocked for a moment, and then returned to silence. The mudslide lost its power source, and slowly stopped. The rainstorm that had accumulated to the extreme in the sky began to pour down crazily with a crash. Chapter 156. In the distance, high up in the sky, when Zhuo Xiaojuo and the other 5 saw this scene, 5 of them fell into a state of stupefaction and were in a daze. The momentum of the entire mountain had changed right under their noses. When the heavens unleashed killing intent, the stars shifted, and when the earth unleashed killing intent, the dragons and snakes rose. Only Yuanyu, who was in Qin Fangyang's vitality shield, was full of relief. She looked ahead quietly and said, "Zhuo Xiaojuo, do you see anything?" Zhuo Xiaojuo looked at it attentively and said after a long while, "I don't know if my feeling is right. Please enlighten me." "Go ahead." The overall shape of the phoenix, before the mountain changed, was like a big bird. Well, a phoenix spreading its wings to soar, but it didn't fly. The whole structure was very strange, anxious, and angry. It turned its head to look at it, as if it was observing what was preventing it from flying. Yuanyue's eyes were smiling. What about now? Now. After the phoenix turned its head again and again, it was like a phoenix that was ready to take off and could fly at any time. What's more, there seemed to be a very strange sense of stability helping its momentum. It only needed to flap its wings and fly. It didn't need to worry about anything else. Yuanyu laughed and said, "You've seen it very carefully. This is the effect of the phoenix and dragon souls cooperating and supporting each other. Now that it has the protection of the true dragon, the phoenix no longer has any scruples. It only needs to wait for the right time to spread its wings and soar. This is the extreme trust between the dragon and the phoenix. If the dragon can't block the danger for the phoenix, then the dragon and the phoenix will grieve together and live and die together without regrets. If the dragon can block the external constraints, then the phoenix can really dance in the 9 heavens. This is the dragon and phoenix veins. This is the power of the world. Now, the time and the place are on our side." Yuanyu looked very happy. Originally, this fire dragon shouldn't have appeared now. It is also bound by some shackles. Even if it wants to come out, it can't. Therefore, this was originally a situation where the dragon was in the dark and the phoenix was dead. They struggled bitterly but were powerless. But now, I don't know if it's fate or a stroke of luck. In any case, there are too many factors entangled together. Too many people are working hard. All kinds of forces are mixed together. It's a freak combination of factors. For example, the Umno Alliance, in order to obtain the power of providence of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, resorted to all sorts of means. Or perhaps it was deliberately manipulated by someone to forcefully capture the power of the Phoenix Pulse for their own use. And today's sudden mountain fire, all of these means were originally evil and harmful to Phoenix City and the Phoenix Pulse. But in the end, because no one knew about the existence of the dragon's vein, all of their methods combined, and by a freak combination of factors, caused the birth of the fire dragon today. Today, the situation in Phoenix City is no longer one of absolute death or 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Instead, it's a situation where dragons and phoenixes roar, where the winds and clouds meet. This is fate. This was the predestined fate of the unseen world. Man proposes, God disposes. Yuanyu sighed from the bottom of her heart. Zhuo Xiaonian was also watching this scene. When she heard this, she said thoughtfully, "I don't think so." "Oh. If you put it this way, I feel that the phoenix turning back is the phoenix waiting. That is, I'm about to leave. Why aren't you following me?" That kind of feeling. Now that the dragon has soared, the phoenix is relieved. Hence, it turned back. We still need manpower. We have to be involved to make the dragons dance and phoenixes dance real. If we don't do anything because we see this, then the final result will still be a dead dragon and a dead phoenix. Because the terrain has reached this point, there's no way to change it anymore. If we don't do anything, the Umno Alliance may accidentally obtain a dragon's vein after they've completely obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. This dragon's vein buried deep underground. It may have been hidden underground for a longer time than the phoenix's vein. It's unknown how deep and wide it is. When that time comes, it'll be a real disaster. The turning point doesn't mean that there won't be any more disasters. On the contrary, we have to deal with it more actively to ensure our safety. The heavens have given us a hint. If we don't seize it, we'll be letting the heavens down. Everyone nodded in unison, not fully understanding. The 9 heavens dragon's roar pierces the heavens, phoenix soars through the wind and cloud. In the pouring rain, Yuanyu solemnly warned, "What you saw today must be kept a secret. No one is allowed to breathe a word of this to anyone else." Not a single word. When Yuanyu spoke, she didn't look at anyone else at all. She just stared straight at Mu Yanyan's face. "Don't worry, old principal," Mu Yangyang said solemnly. "I'm worried." Yuanyu shook her head gently and said, Your Kunlun Taoist school has too many people and too many people. Especially you, Mu Yangyang, are too sentimental. If you encounter your elders, I'm worried that you'll tell them. Mu Yangyang made a prompt decision and swore to the heavens, I, Mu Yangyang, will keep today's secret forever and never reveal a single word. If I violate this oath, I'll be destroyed by the heavens and abandoned by the gods. He Yuenue's expression eased. Teacher Mu, I'm sorry. It's okay. Mu Yangyang was very free and easy. This matter concerns the overall situation. Old principal, you should be cautious. Then now. Shall we go home? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked weakly. No, let's go to the second high school together. My office. He Yuanyu smiled, her eyes shining. A lot of things have to be finalized tonight. The second high school, He Yuenue's office. Teacher Qin, why are you in such a good mood tonight? Did you travel around the mountains and rivers? Sister Lan looked at Qin Fangyang and asked a rare question. Although Qin Fangyang had already tidied up and changed his clothes, the aura of a battle could not be concealed no matter what. Especially in the eyes of a powerful person like Sister Lan, there was no way to hide it. Not to mention that there were still many wounds on his body that were still bleeding, and his face was pale, which was even more evidence. It's nothing, really nothing. I'll be fine by tomorrow at most. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, you guys are really so busy that you didn't notice the wanted order posted on the internet. The most popular news in Phoenix City right now is nothing more than this. Wanted order? Yes, Shen Tainan died while training. His father, Shen Yushu, vented his anger on me and sent people to kill me. In the afternoon, he sent more than 30 people, but they were all killed by me. Then, he posted a wanted order with a reward of 1 billion for my head. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of mockery, with a hint of sadness. He was sad because there were so many good men, each of them with good cultivation, but they did not go to the Sun-Moon Pass to resist the UMNO alliance. Instead, they were dogs for the rich and powerful. It was really sad. This is too much. He Yuanyu said angrily, Shen Yushu is crazy. Sister Lan smiled and looked at Qin Fangyang, so Teacher Qin went out? Yes. Qin Fangyang smiled, I have to let Shen Yushu try and see if he can kill me. Otherwise, I think he will regret it. Just to let others try and see if they can kill him? He Yuanyu was speechless and decided not to say anything. At this time, she felt that if she was not afraid of being exposed, she would definitely rush up and scratch Qin Fangyang's face. Wasn't he treating his life as a joke? Do you think that your life only belongs to you? Do you think you're the only one? Sister Lan narrowed her eyes and said, Teacher Qin, what you are doing is extremely irresponsible to Second High, to the students, and to yourself. Qin Fangyang smiled, I have already taken the responsibility that I should take. Now, others are looking for trouble with me. Do you want me to be like a tortoise and hide in Second High for the rest of my life? Don't forget that you still have your career. Sister Lan said seriously, you still have your own dreams, your own ambitions. There were some things that He Yuanyu could not say, so Sister Lan naturally had to say it for her. Although Sister Lan was not willing to say these words. There was no more stock. It was more painful to write now. Monthly tickets, referral tickets, and subscriptions. Chapter 157. Dream. Ambition. These things are too high and mighty, how am I worthy of having them? Qin Fangyang smiled bleakly, ever since my wife went missing, for nearly 100 years, I searched every day, every night in my dreams, my only goal is to find her. The battle at Sun-Moon Pass lasted for decades, and there are no less than thousands of scars on my body. However, no matter how many scars there are on my body, how can they compare to the deep scars in my heart? If I can't find her, my life will most likely be like this. However, Emir Shen Yushu wanted to kill me. It's one thing for me to give him a chance, but whether he can kill me or not is another matter. Qin Fangyang laughed bleakly. Tonight, with Shen Yushu's bounty on my back, I slaughtered my way out of Phoenix City, all the way to Mount Phoenix Tail. Those who wanted this bounty, even Nanji City and Antai City, gathered nearly 10,000 people. We fought until midnight, killing until blood flowed like a river, until the storm stopped, until Shinyushu set fire to Mount Phoenix Tail. Only then did I decide not to play with him anymore. Hearing this, Yuanyue's expression changed, and she looked at Qin Fangyang with a strange gaze. So, that monstrous fire was actually caused by this. Qin Fangyang was actually the person who triggered the southern heavenly fire. If that's the case, Qin Fangyang and the person favored by the dragon vein had great karma. However, this obviously didn't happen before. Thinking back, regarding the origin of Qin Fangyang's bounty, other than Qin Fangyang and Shinyushu, there was also a Zuoxiaojuo. Zuoxiaojuo? Yuanyue's gaze slowly turned, stopping at Zuoxiaojuo, who was looking at Qin Fangyang with an envious and worshipful expression. This kid had an expression of "You're so impressive, you're so awesome, I really wish I could be like you." Yuanyu was stunned. This kid's aura, was it? But how was this possible? How could dragons and phoenixes be of the same origin? She stared at Zuoxiaojuo and Zuoxiaonian, and was tongue-tied for a long time. Suddenly, she asked a baffling question. Spiritual sense, you and Xiaojuo, you're not biological siblings, right? Spiritual thoughts. Upon hearing this name, Qin Fangyang immediately reacted. He turned his head to look at this girl who seemed to be surrounded by an ethereal immortal aura even though she was just standing there. She was actually the legendary spiritual thought goddess. And the spiritual thought goddess was actually Zuoxiaojuo's sister. Was she the cerebral palsy sister mentioned by Zuoxiaojuo? Even though he was exhausted and covered in wounds, Qin Fangyang almost couldn't stop himself from bursting into laughter. Zuoxiaonian's face suddenly turned red like a big piece of red cloth. The fairy from the heavenly palace just now had turned into a shy girl in an instant. Grandma, just answer me directly. Yuanyu had already guessed it, but she still wanted a definite answer. Ahem. Zuoxiaonian lowered her head and blushed. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Yes, I'm my parents' adopted daughter. She lowered her head shyly, and her head was almost buried in her chest. Sister Lan was puzzled. So what if you're your parents' adopted daughter? Do you have to be so shy? Yuanyu knew it in her heart. She smiled kindly and said, I see. That's great, that's great. At this moment, she was really happy, and excited from the bottom of her heart. The two candidates were finally confirmed. Although Yuanyu wasn't going to tell anyone about this, she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. The person she had been trying so hard to find turned out to be right under her nose all along. Qin Fangyang was confused. Weren't you concerned about me just now? I was impassioned, emotional, and affectionate for a long time. In the end, you changed the topic and asked if they were biological siblings. What? What does this have to do with anything? Ahem. Qin Fangyang coughed. He timely let a trace of blood flow out of the wound on his arm. Look at me and care about me. However, Yuanyu was obviously not going to care about him. She was completely not interested in him. Not to mention that Yuanyu was full of joy now, she was only angry with Qin Fangyang. You foolishly ran out to fight with more than 10,000 people. He still wanted to feel sorry for her. He was really thinking too much. It's a coincidence that I called everyone here tonight. Yuanyu smiled and said, originally, only Nyan and Xiaojuo were invited tonight, but Teacher Mu and Teacher Qin also met by chance and gathered together. This should be said to be a blessing from the heavens. Qin Fangyang took a step back warily. A blessing from the heavens? Are you trying to set me up with Mu Yangyang? What are you thinking? Yuanyue's next words made Qin Fangyang know that he was thinking too much. What I'm going to say next is also very confidential. It's related to the success or failure of the breakthrough of spiritual thoughts, and also the success of the Phoenix Pulse Soul. If we look at it more broadly, it may even affect the fate of the entire astral souls. Yuanyu said, so, I need your help. Mu Yangyang and Qin Fangyang said at the same time, old principal, just say the word. A few decades ago, I made a mistake. He Yuan Yu sighed softly and said, and this wrong thing, I didn't realize it until today. It's really a sin. I neglected human nature. People always want to have the best things for themselves, even if this thing was originally someone else's and was destined to be someone else's. However, people are not saints. How can they be selfless? Especially when it involves family inheritance, it can't be normal. As for me, I neglected this selfishness. He Yuan Yu said slowly, decades ago, I discovered that there might be a Phoenix Pulse in Phoenix City, so I began to investigate. And the results of the investigation confirmed my guess. There is indeed a Phoenix Pulse here. Moreover, it has the momentum of the Phoenix flight that has been accumulated for 43,000 years. So I began a new effort, hoping that my discovery could be taken seriously. But at that time, I was really a nobody and was not valued at all. Even if I worked hard for more than 10 years, there was still no result. It was probably at that time that the Meng clan and the Ning clan both had descendants studying in the second high school. Back then, the Ning clan was the leading martial arts family in Phoenix City and even in the 4 nearby cities. It was very prestigious. The Meng clan had also become the richest family in Phoenix City. Since I couldn't do it myself, I naturally thought of looking for help. So, I met with Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu at the same time. I hoped that I could borrow their power to influence the upper management to pay attention to this matter. In fact, the Ning clan and the Meng clan did use a lot of power to report to the upper management. But after 5 or 6 years of hard work and using a lot of resources and connections, there was still no result. Slowly, these two clans also seemed to slack off. But I can understand. After all, these two clans had already paid a lot for this. So I have always been grateful. He Yuanyue's voice was very calm, as if she was talking about something unimportant. But Qin Fangyang and Mu Yangyang listened with rapt attention, afraid that they would miss every word He Yuanyu said. After that, I don't know if it was because of those continuous useless efforts that the Ning clan's power continued to weaken. At that time, Ning Suifeng retreated behind the scenes and handed over the position of the clan head, at least in name, to his eldest son, Ning Tianlan. And Ning Suifeng himself retreated behind the scenes, declaring that he would no longer care about the affairs of the world. He even mocked himself in front of others, saying that he had worked hard all his life and wanted to enjoy a few years of life. But after his wife passed away, these years were really lonely. At the beginning, no one took Ning Suifeng's self-mockery seriously. But from that time onwards, Ning Suifeng really became an old man who flirted with girls everywhere. As long as he saw a beautiful girl, he would go up and flirt with her. You have to know that although Ning Suifeng was not young anymore, his cultivation was not bad. His appearance was about the same as Teacher Qin's now, looking like a mature middle-aged uncle. He was quite popular with young girls. Qin Fangyang, who was listening attentively, suddenly widened his eyes. You. Aren't you telling your story? Why? Are you talking about me now? Old man and popular with young girls. I keep feeling that there's a hidden meaning in your words. Thinking of this, he actually felt a little uneasy. All these years, I didn't do anything. When I saw young girls, I always avoided them, afraid that there would be a misunderstanding. No one knew that in the blink of an eye, Qin Fangyang had already recalled all the things that happened to him in the first half of his life. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't do anything. After thinking it through, he immediately felt refreshed and a carefree smile appeared on his face. Sister Lan glared at him fiercely. What do you mean by this smile? I just said that you were popular with young girls, and you're so happy. Pooh. Ungrateful person. Indeed, there's no good man. In the end, how many girls did Ning Suifeng get? It's really hard to count. Just those who entered the Ning clan. There's already no way to check. The number of heads is really too many. He Yuanyu said, all in all, Ning Suifeng was really crazy at that time. Sister Lan was busy for the whole afternoon this afternoon, and I've compiled some data. Yes, just a part of the data. He Yuanyu said solemnly, in the past 5 years, just based on the records, there were more than 200 young girls who were brought home by Ning Qianfeng. We don't know how many we haven't found and confirmed. And among these 200 people, more than 170 were pregnant. In total, they gave birth to more than 90 male babies. And more than 80 female babies. And these children, after being tested for astral souls, were sent to different places by Ning Xuefeng to receive education. Only a few of them stayed in Phoenix City. And most of the mothers of these babies are silent. Perhaps, many of them have already disappeared. But with the Ning clan's status and wealth in Phoenix City, it's really easy to settle these matters. Especially since he never laid his hands on the girls from the big clans. From the beginning to the end, he never caused any big trouble. Chapter 158. After that, Ning Xuefeng began to look for some female warriors with good aptitudes. For ordinary girls, no matter how beautiful and elegant they were, he didn't care about them. 2 years later, Ning Qingcheng was born. After testing her astral souls, it was found that her aptitude was 97 astral souls, a peerless genius. Ning Qingcheng is 19 years old this year. Hearing this, Mu Yangyang and Qin Fangyang already understood half of it. Mu Yangyang frowned and said, Ning Xuefeng wants his daughter to inherit the phoenix vein? He Yuan Yu looked cold and ignored Mu Yanyan's question. Then she talked about Meng Tianyu of the Meng group. Following Ning Xuefeng's crazy actions, Meng Tianyu also followed in his footsteps. At first, he acted secretly and only hunted girls in the dark. Later, he began to pursue girls openly. So he became a famous beauty hunter in the upper class of Phoenix City. In just a few years, the number of girls that Meng Tianyu has dated has reached a terrifying number of thousands. Those who were taken back by him after they got pregnant, there are about 40 to 50 of them. The children that they gave birth to are all missing, just like what Ning Xuefeng did. And those women who gave birth to his children. Now they are all dead. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaojuo couldn't help but show a yearning look on his face. These two people were both beauty hunters. Thousands of people killed. A lot of sons and daughters. Oh my God. But just as he couldn't help but imagine, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Zhuo Xiaojuo opened his mouth wide. He didn't dare to make a sound to interrupt He Yuan Yu, but his facial features were distorted by the pain. Turning his head to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan, he showed a begging expression like a pug. He pitifully mouthed, "Spare me." The soft flesh in his waist was finally free. Zhuo Xiaoyan calmly retracted his hand. There was not a trace of anger in the whole process. Everything was so casual, as if it was his own arm and finger, as if it was his heart's desire. Like this, another 3 years passed. The year after Ning Qingcheng was born, Meng Qianyu was born. When it was time for Meng Qianyu to take the test for astral souls, her innate talent was the 9-5 astral souls. Not only is she a peerless genius, she also has the fate of an emperor, even above Ning Qingcheng. About 5 years before Ning Qingcheng was born, the Ning family suddenly moved their ancestral grave. At that time, the person who was invited to look at qi and feng shui was the famous qi diviner, Blind Hong. Yes, at that time, Blind Hong wasn't blind. It was only after he finished observing the geomancy of the graveyard for the Ning family that he lost an eye. 4 years before Ning Qingcheng was born, Meng Tianyu suddenly moved the headquarters of the Meng Corporation. During this period, they spared no expense in speeding up the construction period, causing the entire project to be completed within half a year. Then, despite the cold, they moved in. And the person who watches the Meng Corporation is also Blind Hong. After looking at the feng shui of the Meng conglomerate, Blind Hong really became blind. Both of his eyes were blind. When He Yuan Yu spoke to this point, she suddenly stopped. Qin Fangyang and Mu Yangyang's moods also became very heavy. Although they couldn't deduce the whole story based on these secrets, with their wisdom and what they saw tonight, they could more or less guess the situation. He Yuan Yu drank some water and ate a pill. After resting for a while, she continued, "According to my investigation, Meng Qianyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth characters are fake. Nobody knows the real birth characters of these two girls. He Yuan Yu laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I have to say, with the strength of these two great clans, it is really too easy to trick and deceive a lonely old woman like me who usually stays in second middle school and almost never goes out. Qin Fengyang's eyes burned with anger. After Meng Chen Yu and Ning Qingcheng were tested to have astral souls, they encountered many assassination attempts by the UMNO alliance. Yuan, now that I think about it, whether or not the mastermind behind the assassination attempts was the UMNO alliance, it is hard to determine. Let's just say it like this for now. Then the two families came to me and begged me to show them the way. I considered the past friendship between the two families, and the fact that those two girls had the qualifications to inherit the phoenix vein, so I thickened my skin and invited a few experts from various sects. In the end, it was Kunlun Dao School's teacher Mu. He Yuan Yu nodded to Mu Yang Yang. And teacher Qiu of Zizai Dao School stayed in Phoenix City and took in Meng Chen Yu and Ning Qingcheng as disciples. Teacher Qiu came early and took Ning Qingcheng as a disciple. Teacher Mu came a year later and took in Ling Nian first. The second year, she took in Meng Chen Yu. He Yuan Yu said, originally, if the Ning family and Meng group only coveted the phoenix vein, I might not be angry. Helping others and helping oneself is a good way to solve the problem. But today, I found out that the two families, in order to ensure the success of their plan, one in the cemetery and one in the headquarters, tied the phoenix vein's two legs. These two legs are what Xiao Duo and I saw at Phoenix turning around today. He Yuan Yu sighed softly. Using the terrain, they tied the phoenix's two legs. How can the phoenix fly? Also tonight, after confirming it again and again, I made a new connection. Holding the phoenix's two legs and not letting the phoenix fly, there is still the phoenix vein's soul, but this derived phoenix vein's soul power is not complete. At the same time, I can already confirm that the true inheritor of the phoenix vein's soul is Ling Nian. But based on the previous situation, with the phoenix's two legs tied and unable to fly, Ling Nian's phoenix vein's soul power will definitely end in failure. There is no luck. If my guess is correct, after the phoenix vein's soul power fails, the true inheritor of the phoenix vein will definitely die. And the power of the phoenix vein has already rushed out, but it can no longer be retracted. And the person who is not the phoenix vein's inheritor cannot accept the phoenix vein's soul power. And because the phoenix's two legs are tied and controlled, the power after the phoenix vein's soul power fails will be divided into three. The left phoenix vein will rush into Meng Chenyu's body, and the right phoenix vein will rush into the Ning family's Ning Qingcheng's body. And more of the phoenix spirit's soul power will rush into the air. The spirit's soul power that rushes into the air will still be unable to truly soar into the sky because its two legs are tied. At that time, there will be two possibilities. One is that it will dissipate in the air and be fed back to the mountains and rivers. The other is that it will be taken away by someone. For so many years, the upper echelons on our side have never noticed this. So if there is someone who takes away the phoenix spirit, it will definitely be someone from the UMNO alliance. You can well imagine this. He Yuenue's voice was heavy. Speaking until here, her breathing became weak and she stopped to drink water. But Mu Yangyang and Qin Fangyang were so shocked that their scalps were numb. Especially Mu Yangyang. Because Meng Chenyu was her disciple. Qin Fangyang swallowed and said, so, the Meng family and the Ning family are most likely colluding with the UMNO alliance. He Yuan Yu finished drinking water and gently said, not necessarily both families, but at least one family is undoubtedly colluding with them. Now I finally understand why the upper echelons did not pay any attention to my painstaking efforts for more than 40 years. He Yuan Yu laughed self-deprecatingly, it's because I entrusted it to the wrong people. Mu Yangyang understood, it's still these two families? Yes. These two families provided money and manpower to help me. I have always been grateful for dozens of years. He Yuenue's expression was bleak, and she said, but what I never thought was. Qin Fangyang snorted angrily and sneered, using this matter to deal with you, it could not be easier. The two families were both rich and powerful. How could they not be able to get in touch with their connections? They must have contacted the weaker ones while spending money to contact the stronger ones to stop you. Like this, You will never be able to achieve your goal, and you will only see them running around, and the gratitude in your heart will accumulate day by day. It will also make it easier for them to obtain information about the phoenix vein from you and turn it into their own family's arrangements. Truly a good scheme, a good method. Qin Fangyang gritted his teeth. So right now, these two families cannot be trusted. You must assume that they are colluding with the UMNO alliance. He Yuan Yu breathed heavily, and said, "So I need you to help me." Mu Yanyan's expression was solemn. "Please speak." "First, I need to confirm which of these two families is related to the UMNO alliance. Second, I need to know Meng Chenyu and Ning Qingqing's real birth characters. Third, the Ning family graveyard and the Meng Corporation's headquarters must be destroyed." Hearing this, Qin Fangyang and Mu Yanyan's expressions immediately became ugly. These three matters were truly each more difficult than the last. Not to mention the first two, just the third. A family that had been in Phoenix City for thousands of years, the #1 martial arts family, you want to dig up their ancestral graves? The other was a business empire that had businesses all over the Yanwu Empire. You want to destroy their headquarters? Not to mention He Yuan Yu and Mu Yangyang, even the current governor of Phoenix City, Wn Ping Yuan, would not dare to do this even if he had gone mad. I know this matter is difficult. He Yuan Yu also had a worried expression. But these two matters are related to the success or failure of the Phoenix Pulse. From a certain perspective, the success or failure of the Phoenix Pulse also affects the fate of the continent. Although it may not affect too much, even if it affects the slightest bit, for the entire continent, it is a huge matter. If we cannot stop it, even if we die, we will have no face to face our ancestors, and even more so, no face to face our descendants. Qin Fangyang laughed bitterly at himself. How can I, Qin Fangyang, have descendants? Ahem. Sister Lan lightly coughed and interrupted. Teacher Qin, this matter, just tell us if you will help or not. Although Sister Lan interrupted, He Yuanyue's expression had already darkened. How could she not understand Qin Fangyang's meaning? I don't even have a wife, so how can I have descendants? I have no face to face our ancestors long ago. This unfinished sentence caused He Yuanyue's heart to ache as if it was pierced by needles. Chapter 159. Qin Fangyang suddenly realized his slip of the tongue. He regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his own mouth. Without hesitation, he said, "Help. I have to help you no matter what." Mu Yangyang pondered and did not speak for a long time. This was not a simple promise. The difficulty of this matter was as high as heaven. No, it was not that difficult. Sister Lan's eyes flashed and said, "One more thing. Meng Tianyue's son, Meng Chentian, I'm afraid the problem behind him is not small." Mu Yangyang suddenly looked up. He Yuan Yu also suddenly thought of something and said suspiciously, "Meng Chentian? The father is called Meng Tianyu and the son is called Meng Chentian? That's a repeated word. The repeated word is just one aspect. You can deal with it if you don't pay attention to it." Sister Lan said lightly, "What I care about is the word Chentian in Meng Chentian. It's really thought-provoking. Which heaven does he want to sink? As for the person who gave him his name, which heaven did he want to sink? Is it the heaven of the UMNO alliance? Or the heaven of the astral souls?" Zhuo Xiaojuo said, "That Meng Chentian wants to pursue my sister Nyan Nyan. What wishful thinking." This sentence was said casually, but He Yuanyue's expression suddenly became serious. Is there such a thing? Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Is there a problem? There is indeed such a thing. Zhuo Xiaojuo said. He turned to Zhuo Xiaonian and asked, "He didn't look for you again after that, right?" "How could he not?" Zhuo Xiaonian seemed to be a little guilty and whispered, "No matter where I went these days, I would bump into him." Bump into him. Zhuo Xiaojuo was jealous and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me such a big thing happened?" Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes and said, "What's the use of telling you? What kind of big thing is this?" Zhuo Xiaojuo was jealous and said, "Humph." Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes and suddenly smiled. "Are you angry?" Humph. Why are you angry? Thumpy. Are you jealous? Who? I'm not jealous. You can do whatever you want, HMPH. Fuck. Ha. Thumpy. Qin Fangyang, Mu Yangyang, He Yuan Yu, and Sister Lan. Everyone had the subtle feeling of eating dog food until they were full. It was sweet and greasy, but they just couldn't swallow it. It was stuck in their throats. The two of them were flirting with each other as if no one else was around. Seeing that the two of them were still exchanging flirtatious glances, one of them snorted proudly and rolled his eyes, while the other immediately snorted and rolled his eyes back. He snorted back and forth like this 7 or 8 times, but he still didn't get tired. Cough cough, cough cough. Qin Fangyang and Mu Yangyang coughed at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. Zhuo Xiaonian came to her senses and blushed. Little dog, how dare you embarrass me in front of everyone? I'll beat you to death when I get back. Just wait for your sister. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression didn't change. Boys were more thick-skinned than girls, not to mention Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was known for his thick skin. He said righteously, anyway, that Meng Chentian is not a good thing. Even He Yuan Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're like a little dog protecting its food. You've been jealous for a long time and then acted like there was no one else around. Now that you finally remembered what you wanted to do, you actually belittled your love rival as soon as you opened your mouth. However, this was really a big deal. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were right. He Yuan Yu looked dignified and said, Teacher Mu, it seems that you have to pay more attention to the safety of your spiritual senses in the future. Mu Yangyang said, What do you mean? He Yuan Yu sighed softly and said, I hope I'm gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. However, for this kind of thing, you have to consider the worst first. Before thinking about the victory, you have to consider the defeat first. At this juncture, no matter how cautious you are, you can't go too far. Perhaps Xiao Duo is right. Meng Chentian is really not a good thing. His accidental encounter with spiritual senses is really a big deal. Mu Yangyang became more and more puzzled. Where did this come from? Let's start with the most sinister human heart and the worst plan. He Yuan Yu looked at the rising sandalwood on the table and slowly said, We can basically be sure now that the Meng clan is coveting the soul of the Phoenix Pulse, and they're taking action. So, for the Meng clan, the constitution of spiritual senses is no longer a secret. Mu Yangyang nodded slowly. This was an indisputable fact. There was nothing to say. Then, spiritual senses are the fated master of the soul of the Phoenix Pulse. The Meng clan is naturally well aware of this. As we previously speculated, once spiritual senses successfully break through, they can truly bear the full power of the Phoenix Pulse. But if it's Meng Chenyu, at most, she can only bear 30% of the power. So, if the Meng family really does have some considerations, plans, and even actions in this regard, and if their goal is to have Meng Chenyu replace her, then targeting Xiao Nian is a necessary part of this. Mu Yangyang, Zhuo Xiaonian, and Zhuo Xiaoduo all shivered at the same time. What do you mean? Actually, there is a secret method that can transfer the host. He Yuan Yu seemed to find it difficult to speak. After thinking for a while, she said, The method I know of is called the vital yin soul transfer. It is a very evil secret method. Vital yin soul transfer. Mu Yangyang could not help but scream. Her pretty face flushed red, and she angrily said, It's actually this evil method. Master, you know of this method? Zhuo Xiaonian asked curiously. I've heard of it. Mu Yangyang sighed softly, but she could not help but hold Zhuo Xiaonian in her arms to let her disciple feel at ease. Master will protect you. He Yuan Yu also sighed softly. Yes, this is an extremely evil secret method. The vital yin soul transfer is a method used to deal with talented, rare female geniuses. Because it's too wasteful to deal with ordinary people. The effect of this method is to transfer the body of the target female genius to another girl. But the highest effect of this method is only 30%. Because of this, there are not many people who use this method. Unless it involves great luck, great benefits, or the struggle of the great Tao, it's hard to see results. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages. To use the vital yin soul transfer, several conditions must be met at the same time. None of them can be missing. Firstly, the target cannot be in a perfect state when performing the art. When the target is in a perfect state, his mind must at least be in turmoil before he can perform the art. If the target is in a state of extreme grief and his primordial spirit is wavering, the success rate will be doubled. Mu Yangyang and Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at each other. They both thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo's inexplicable behavior and the change in mentality of Zhuo Xiaoyan once Zhuo Xiaoduo died. The hearts of the master and the disciple suddenly sank. Second, the transferred person and the transferred person can't be too far away from each other, and their cultivation can't be too different. Especially, the closer the aptitudes of the two are, the better. For example, it's best if they are from the same sect and practice the same martial arts. It's best if their aptitudes are similar. Third, the target of the technique must be a virgin. As the name suggests, the so-called vital yin soul transfer is based on the fact that the target girl is a virgin and will lose her vital yin. After the technique is performed, the target girl will not only lose her vital yin, but also her vital soul. In the end, it will lead to the loss of consciousness, and she will completely become a walking corpse. Mu Yanyan's face was full of anger, and her eyes were cold. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously, "How do you do it?" This. He Yuan Yu was a little embarrassed, and Mu Yanyan's face was full of shame and anger. After a long time, He Yuan Yu said softly, using the man's vital yang as a guide. Reversing the yin and yang, and copulating with the target girl. When the girl is most emotional. Using the most extreme method to completely extract her vital yin. After that, using the same method, the seized vital yin and vital soul are injected into the body of the target. This is the whole process of the vital yin soul transfer. Although He Yuan Yu was not young, she still felt embarrassed to talk about this evil secret technique in front of everyone, so she quickly explained it. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still at a loss, scratching his head and rubbing his hands. Obviously, he did not understand what this operation was. Compared with Zhuo Xiaoduo's ignorance, Zhuo Xiaoyan knew more, but she was still confused. She only knew that this technique was extremely evil and shameful, but she did not have a specific intuitive concept. Sister Lan, He Yuan Yu, and Mu Yangyang were full of shame and anger. As for Qin Fangyang, his face was full of anger. If the Meng family really intended to do this, it was really intolerable, and death was not enough to be regretted. If the Meng family, Meng Chentian, really intended to do this, then Meng Chenyu must know it. When performing this technique, the other target needs to be completely awake and cooperate. He Yuan Yu looked at Mu Yangyang, and the meaning of her words was self-evident. Mu Yanyan's face became more and more unsightly, and even became a little pale. She said, "Perhaps, yes." She remembered that since this year, Meng Chenyu had been trying to match Zhuo Xiaoyan and Meng Chentian. She also remembered that Meng Chenyu had asked many times to go to Zhuo Xiaoyan's house as a guest. But Zhuo Xiaoyan had refused. In addition, she had invited her and Zhuo Xiaoyan to go to the Meng family countless times. But she had never liked to socialize, and Zhuo Xiaoyan was naturally wary of Meng Chentian, so they never went. Also, during this time, Meng Chentian came to Chenyu building almost every day. Last night, Zhuo Xiaoyan had said those words. The word fake still rang in her ears. Meng Chentian's feelings for me are definitely not real love. This was Zhuo Xiaoyan's intuition. Not long after she said this, all the signs pointed in the direction that He Yuan Yu had just said. Vital yin soul transfer. If Meng Chentian's plan is successful. After Xiaoyan's death, Meng Chenyu will receive the power of the phoenix vein. She will be able to bear 50% or more of the power of the phoenix vein, which is half or more of the total power. Chapter 160. And this half doesn't include the part that rushed out. The extra 20% is from the 30% that Ning Qingcheng was supposed to take after the balance was broken. He Yuan Yu said, in this way, Ning Qingcheng can only take 10% of the power of the phoenix vein at most. So, the Meng family can take 50% of the power of the phoenix vein. As for the remaining 40%, it will be taken by the Umno Alliance. If the Meng family is related to the Umno Alliance, or even the Umno Alliance placed a pawn in the astral souls, then it means that the Umno Alliance has 90% of the power of the phoenix vein. This is no different from the complete power of the phoenix vein. He Yuanyu said, of course, this is inferred from the worst, the darkest, and the worst way. Mu Yangyang said, then what about the better way? The better way is that the two love each other. Ling Nian marries Meng Chen Tian, and the Meng family directly has the genius Ling Nian, who is the natural candidate to inherit the power of the phoenix vein. That's about it. He Yuanyu said, Teacher Mu, what do you think? Mu Yangyang looked more and more depressed. This was clearly an impossible direction to take. Combining all the signs, the situation was already very obvious. Especially when the matter of Meng Chen Yu not saving Zhuo Xiaojuo had occurred earlier. Combined with the explanation of her soul being transferred to her primordial yin, everything seemed so logical and clear. She can't be in a perfect state. At least, her mind must be in turmoil. If the person is in extreme grief and the primordial spirit is in a state of drifting, the success rate will be doubled. If Zhuo Xiaojuo died, Zhuo Xiaonian would be in this state for a long, long time, or even many years. This was an inevitable result without any consideration. Mu Yangyang looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Her eyes were full of pain. That girl whom he had watched grow up. That girl who seemed heartless and impulsive. That girl with short hair, delicate and neat. It was actually so evil. That little girl who always leaned on Zhuo Xiaonian and acted coquettishly, shamelessly pestering Zhuo Xiaonian, really had such vicious thoughts in her heart. She had personally pushed senior sister Nian, who she regarded as her own sister, into the abyss of eternal damnation. Even on the surface, he could still act like he had no qualms about it. Why did he act so naturally? How could she talk and laugh so freely like a flower? The contradiction in Mu Yanyan's heart was hard to describe. It's getting late. Everyone, go back and rest. He Yuanyu bowed slightly in her wheelchair. I'm counting on you for the things we talked about tonight. Mu Yangyang and Qin Fengyang's expressions were solemn as they returned the greeting at the same time. Of course. We will do our best. When they came out of He Yuanyue's office, Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian were still in a daze. They only understood half of what was said, but the worry in their hearts had lessened by a lot. Zhuo Xiaojuo, in particular, was filled with excitement at this moment. Finally, there was a goal to work hard for. Originally, he had no idea how Zhuo Xiaonian could survive this disaster. It could even be said that he didn't even have a direction to work hard for. He could only mess around. Zhuo Xiaojuo, who was at his wit's end, directly pinned his hopes on making the world chaotic so that no one would pay attention to Zhuo Xiaonian. But he was always groping in the dark like this. He had no idea at all. Who knew if he was groping correctly or wrongly? It was fine if he was right, but what if he was wrong? Wouldn't that make things worse? What if even that slim chance of survival was blocked? But now, Zhuo Xiaojuo really only felt relaxed from the bottom of his heart. He had a direction. Phoenix Pulse Soul. Phoenix Pulse. As long as the hidden danger of Phoenix Pulse Soul was solved, everything would be fine. The Umno Alliance, Meng's group, Ning's group, were difficult to deal with. In other words, they were harder to deal with than reaching the sky, but at least he knew the target. In other words, it was still harder than reaching the sky, but at least he knew that reaching the sky had to start from here. Was that right? With a target, it would be easy to do. Phoenix Pulse. Meng's group. Ning's family. Just these three. Zhuo Xiaojuo inexplicably felt that a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although this sigh of relief was lifted again, and a new stone was placed on his heart, he still felt that there was hope ahead. After all, the situation was clear. He just had to work hard and move forward. Xiaojuo, why do you look so happy? Zhuo Xiaonian was suspicious of Zhuo Xiaoduo's state. Did she see wrongly? There were so many powerful enemies listed all of a sudden, and there was also the UMNO alliance hidden in the dark. Why was this kid so happy? Even if he was heartless, he shouldn't be like this, right? When there were outsiders around, Zhuo Xiaonian would never call Zhuo Xiaojuo doggy as long as it was not in front of her parents. That was a term that only belonged to her family. If outsiders heard it, they would definitely laugh at doggy. Men still cared about their reputation, especially in front of outsiders. Of course. Zhuo Xiaojuo had a rare serious look on his face. He smiled with some satisfaction and said, "Sister Nyan Nyan, have you noticed that our days are actually getting better and better, more comfortable? And more and more, more and more." These words made Mu Yangyang, who was walking with them, directly roll her eyes. You really dare to say that? Now, it was clear that every step was life and death, and every step was dangerous. The Meng family, the Ning family, the UMNO alliance, the Phoenix Pulse. One by one, the dead knot was hanging around their necks. Any one of them, once pulled, would immediately hang by the neck and die. There was no way to save them. Even Mu Yangyang felt that the future was bleak, and she was quite helpless. Why was this kid still bragging here, saying that things were getting better and better, more comfortable? And more and more. Mu Yangyang almost wanted to ask, "What is your goal?" But what Mu Yangyang did not expect was that Zhuo Xiaonian actually agreed with these words. She kept nodding her little head and said, "Yes, yes." Mu Yangyang was speechless. "You two are really a pair made in heaven," Zhuo Xiaonian said with some emotion. "At first, you couldn't cultivate, but now you can. At first, I was doomed to die, but now there are so many people willing to help us with all their hearts. Even the hidden mastermind behind the scenes has shown himself. We have a goal and hope. I really feel that our days are getting better and better." Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed softly. At this moment, in the eyes of Zhuo Xiaonian, Zhuo Xiaojuo was as mature as her father, Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Xiaojuo said, "Although the road ahead is still difficult, and life and death are at stake, who dares to say that we will definitely lose? Everything has to be done to know the result. It will not be so easy for the Meng family and the Ning family to succeed in the UMNO alliance." He turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaonian with a warm smile. "Sister Nian, I am here." Zhuo Xiaonian was stunned for a moment. She only felt that her nose was sour and she wanted to cry. Looking at Zhuo Xiaojuo in front of her, who was half a head taller than her, and his thin shoulders clearly gave her a subtle feeling that he was carrying the wind and rain for her. It was an extreme sense of security and ease of mind. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaonian felt that her whole heart was suddenly warmed. "Yes." Zhuo Xiaonian nodded hard and pursed her lips and tried to smile. "Yes, sister has Xiaojuo." Mu Yangyang sighed. She wanted to say, "What's the use of having Xiaojuo? He was just a little rascal who was as weak as a chicken," but she couldn't describe the feeling of having a mouthful of dog food. Qin Fangyang quietly returned to his dormitory. He simply treated his wounds and murmured, "The Meng family? The Ning family?" Feeling his weary body, he muttered, "Looks like I won't be able to make it tonight. Well, tomorrow I will go to Zhuo Xiaojuo to discuss countermeasures. Let's see if the number of providence can be changed, and how to change it." He pursed his lips and gently exhaled, blowing his hair on his forehead. His eyes shone with a fierce light. But no matter what, the Meng family and the Ning family actually took advantage of Qianqian's good intentions. They are simply insane and infuriating. Even if I, Qin Fangyang, didn't do it for the Phoenix vein, I will not forgive you. When Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian returned home, it was already 3:30 in the morning. At this time, the rain was still pouring. The two rainstorms, one after the other, were astonishing. It was rare in 100 years. It was estimated that the roads of Phoenix City would be difficult tomorrow. "Don't you want to come in?" Zhuo Xiaojuo opened his door and unconsciously invited her as usual. Zhuo Xiaonian bit her lips. Her eyes darted around and glanced at him. For a moment, she looked a little flustered. She snorted and turned away. Zhuo Xiaojuo scratched his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaonian's back. He was puzzled. "What? I didn't make her angry on the way here. But now that Zhuo Xiaoyan was gone, Zhuo Xiaojuo could calm down and think about it. So he closed the door. Bang! Zhuo Xiaoyan heard the door slam behind her. She could not help but bite her lips. Anger rose in her heart. This guy is really an idiot. If I really want to leave, can't I fly? Idiot. She stomped her feet and flew away with a whoosh. The phoenix vein is rushing to the soul. The dragon vein is already rushing to the sky. The feng shui trend is favorable to us. But strictly speaking, this trend does not provide any substantial help. At most, it will separate the forces of the enemy and us more clearly. Our comprehensive strength is still relatively inferior, and the gap is huge. Zhuo Xiaojuo lay on the bed. He put his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. He was deep in thought. The Umno Alliance wants the power of the Phoenix Vein. The Ning family and the Meng family also want the power of the Phoenix Vein. Now, I don't have to take one step at a time. I can target these three families. According to the old principal's instructions, the Umno Alliance is at least cooperating with one of these two families. Then which one was it? The Ning family is a family with 1,000 years of martial arts inheritance. They have a deep foundation and their own family culture. From this point alone, the possibility of the Ning family colluding with the Umno Alliance is not high. Although the possibility of colluding is not high, it does not mean that there is no connection. So, the Ning family is not a good person. Chapter 161. If it's not the Ning family, then it must be the Meng family. Not to mention, the Meng family's behavior is so crazy. They already set up a vicious plan for Nyan Nyan Cat. That Meng Chenyu girl must know about it. She's not a good person. I can't find the Umno Alliance. There's nothing I can do. I can't figure out the Ning family. It's better not to act rashly. Then I'll focus on the Meng family for now. Pick the weakest persimmon first. Zhuo Xiaojuo eliminated them one by one. In the end, he found out that the Meng family group, which was known as the richest family in Phoenix City and had businesses all over the world, was actually the easiest to deal with among all the enemies. Of course, this was the easiest to deal with, but there was another relatively easy to deal with. Money could enslave ghosts, but it could also connect gods. The power of money had been fully demonstrated in the matter of Shun Yushu targeting Qin Fangyang. It could not be ignored. I have luck points now. It's only 5:30. 3 points have been used. Nyan Nyan Cat has 2 points, and Mu Yangyang has 1 point. If the used points are counted, then I only need 2 more points to level up. Once I break through and level up, I believe it will be very beneficial to the current situation. But what if the used points are not counted? There's no fucking manual. No, I can't not consider this possibility. But no matter what, these points will be used in the end. Meng Chenyu, Meng Chentian, Meng Tianyu, these people need to be checked. And the people of the Ning family. If I can see Ning Qingcheng, that would be even better. There are too many enemies. I don't have enough points. Aura observation technique is a very useful auxiliary skill. I must master it as soon as possible. There are so many things. Zhuo Xiaojuo could not help but sigh. But the greatest advantage we have right now is everything, all the enemies, all the experts on our side, all the schemes. There is only one central point, and that is the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, everyone's target, the focal point. Similarly, there is only one key person, and that is Nyan Nyan Cat. Nyan Nyan Cat is now the center of everyone's attention. If I'm not wrong, unless Miss Nyan Cat is being carried around by Teacher Mu like last night, there will be people following her no matter where she goes. The Meng clan won't be reassured about the Phoenix Pulse Soul, the Ning clan won't be reassured, and the Umno Alliance won't be reassured either. Now that the old principal knows about the situation, he will definitely be even more worried. Nyan Nyan Cat is so cool now. Zhuo Xiaojuo heaved a long sigh. You have the attention of both the righteous and evil paths, 2 continents, a large financial group, a large aristocratic family, and 2 supersects. TSK. Let's not think about it anymore. I'll go to sleep and rest up. Tomorrow, I'll start with the aura examination technique and see if I can come up with any ideas. That night, there was another person who didn't sleep at all, Jiang Zhongbin. Chief Jiang had almost pulled out all his remaining hair. On the paper in front of him, there were a few messy names: Mu Yangyang, Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Jiang Zhongbin. And 3 other names. As Jiang Zhongbin looked at it, he suddenly became furious. He grabbed the paper and crumpled it into a ball, cursing loudly, "What the fuck? Phoenix City is so big, and there are so many people that I can trust and use, but there are only these few people. What can I do with these few people? And most of them aren't even my people. Once something happens, they won't listen to my orders at all. What the fuck?" He paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast, his face full of anxiety. In the end, he simply smashed all the pieces of paper into ashes and strode out of the door. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright. "Chief." "Yes, I have to go out for something." "I'll be gone for about 2 days. Don't call me during these 2 days. Even if you have something, send me a message. May I know where you're going? It's none of your business." Jiang Zhongbin was now in a delicate state where everyone was an enemy. Hearing this, he immediately became furious. "Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Who are you? Who are you? You're so fucking concerned about my whereabouts. I think you're a spy." The secretary's eyes bulged. He was so shocked that he almost peed in his pants. "I know you don't like anyone these days, but I just asked a question and you're calling me a spy. And as a secretary, shouldn't I know where the leader goes? Otherwise, would I still be a secretary? What should I say if others ask? You have to explain this, right? You're the chief. How many things are going on in the bureau every day? Without you, even if things don't stop, there will be many things that can't be carried out. But at this time, Jiang Zhongbin was in a fit of anger. The secretary, who knew him very well, could only hang his head and look aggrieved and scared. He didn't dare to say a word. "Behave yourself." Jiang Zhongbin looked around suspiciously. "I'll deal with you when I come back." Before his voice died away, he soared into the sky. His black cloak fluttered in the night sky, and he disappeared high up in the sky. He actually changed directions several times before he left. The secretary felt more and more aggrieved. He didn't even want me to know which direction he was going. Is there a secretary as aggrieved as me? Jiang Zhongbin flew all the way to the sky. He flew all the way to the left side of Mount Phoenix Tail. After confirming the situation of the mountain being burned, he immediately turned towards the direction of Antai City. But on the way, he randomly entered a village and immediately changed his appearance. Sticking close to the ground, he scuttled into the forest and went all the way to Nanji City. "I can't make a phone call, so I'll go there personally. Dragon Blood Squad, if you don't give me a few people this time, I'll show my identity and strip dance in front of Starshield." Yes, the chief of Starshield will strip dance in front of Starshield headquarters. Let's see who will lose face in the end. As long as you're not afraid of losing face, I'll go all out. I'm a fucking bachelor. Who am I afraid of? Early the next morning, Zhuo Xiaoduo finished his meal an hour earlier. He dashed out of the house like a wisp of smoke and went to school in a hurry. He went straight to Qin Fangyang's dormitory and knocked on the door. "What's the matter?" Qin Fangyang opened the door impatiently. "I stayed up until 4:30 last night. Did you know that?" "Well, I don't have enough mental strength." Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the Qi examination technique's general outline jade slip that he Yuan Yu had asked Sister Lan to engrave for him. With a smile on his face, he said, "Teacher Qin, I'll have to trouble you to record all the contents of this thing into my mind." He Yuan Yu had specially instructed Sister Lan to make this jade bamboo slip. She had originally intended for Zhuo Xiaoduo to practice until he had reached the embryonic breathing realm before he could immerse himself in learning it with his deific consciousness. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't wait any longer. Even though he knew that the content of this jade bamboo slip was definitely not small, he had learned from Uncle Nan's previous experience of imparting the Flaming Sun scripture to him. Reach the embryonic breathing realm? How could he wait? With an expert like Qin Fangyang by his side, it would be a waste not to use him. So, Zhuo Xiaojuo went to look for Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Fuck you. Record it into your head. That would be the fucking enlightenment technique. Was this a trick that could be used casually? I know how to do that. However, you're just a little martial master. If I were to imbue you with my power, your head would explode if you couldn't handle it. At least that would be the end of it. However, what if you turned into an idiot? What should I do then? Hurry up, I don't have time to hesitate now. Zhuo Xiaojuo held the jade slip and urged recklessly. Qin Fangyang was speechless. You bastard brat, your knowledge is shallow. How would you know the difficulties and dangers of this? This jade inscription can only be used when one has reached the embryonic breathing realm. Empowerment also requires one to have at least the cultivation of the embryonic breathing realm to be able to be empowered. You are now 2 whole realms away, so how can I empower you? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of disdain. If you can't do it, just say so. Can you not fool me? I've already been through enlightenment technique once. How could I not know the reason behind it? What? You've already been through enlightenment technique once? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Who gave you enlightenment technique? No, there was such a powerful person in Phoenix City. Giving enlightenment technique to a martial arts master? Furthermore, nothing happened to him. Anyway, Qin Fangyang felt that he definitely couldn't do it. Zhuo Xiaojuo hesitated for a while and said, it was an uncle with the surname Nan. He knocked me out and gave me enlightenment technique. Sigh. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Zhuo Xiaojuo recalled the day when he wanted to speak but was interrupted and then knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was already gone. Zhuo Xiaojuo was furious. If Uncle Nan had stayed here, his ability would have been enough to intimidate everyone, right? He would have killed whoever he wanted, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble today. Qin Fangyang was even more shocked. Knocked out enlightenment technique? Fuck. Why don't you go to heaven? As a high-level cultivator, he knew the pros and cons of this. Chapter 162. Zhuo Xiaojuo rubbed the back of his head, feeling extremely depressed. You hit me when you're happy, when you're unhappy, when you're depressed, and when you're excited. Now when I see you hitting me on the back of my head, I feel like a basketball superstar hitting a basketball. Can I change this habit? Master Xiaojuo is now considered a big shot in Phoenix City. Sit cross-legged and face up. Qin Fangyang's face darkened. Okay. Zhuo Xiaojuo asked, 5 hearts facing the sky? What do you mean? Slap. Is the palm a heart? Slap. Is the sole of the foot a heart? Slap. Do it. What about the other heart? Is it the heart? It's the top of your head, the top of your head. Sit down. If you talk again, I'll beat you. Zhuo Xiaojuo immediately shut up and did not say a word. Don't think about anything. Qin Fangyang woke up just as he was about to move. He called to ask for leave and locked the door. Then he pressed Zhuo Xiaojuo on his bed and started. After a long time, Qin Fangyang let out a long sigh of relief and got out of bed. He was sweating all over and his vitality was greatly depleted. He wiped his sweat and murmured, how can this kid's divine sense be so strong? Even if he's at the peak of the martial master realm, he still hasn't reached the point of opening the sea of consciousness under normal circumstances. How can he reach such a level? What a freak. And his meridians. Aren't they too wide? After repeatedly experiencing the strength of Zhuo Xiaoduo's body and the wonderful condition of his body, Qin Fangyang looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo who was still immersed in the process. He was amazed and full of doubts. My sister, Zhuo Xiaonian, is the spiritual thought goddess. Her talent is ridiculously good. Previously, I always thought that as the chosen one of the Phoenix Pulse Soul, it was reasonable for her to have good talent. However, after seeing Zhuo Xiaonuo, I realized that he is also a rare genius. If it is just a coincidence, his parents are just ordinary people, but Nan is actually his father's creditor. That was definitely not the right way to put it. A more appropriate way to put it was that they were old acquaintances. But how could there be an ordinary person who knows and has a relationship with that person? This family, from the old to the young, is full of weirdness. Qin Fangyang was truly puzzled. He had seen Zhuo Changlu and his wife before. He had also probed them many times. He was absolutely certain that they were ordinary people. Their physique was at most equivalent to a martial warrior. Is it possible for two middle-aged people to have the physique of a warrior to give birth to a genius like Zhuo Xiaojuo? Qin Fangyang felt that his understanding was being overturned again and again. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. After a while, Zhuo Xiaojuo woke up. After the enlightenment, a certain someone stood up dizzily. His body suddenly swayed, and he sat back down on the bed. For a moment, he only felt that the world was spinning, and countless pieces of knowledge were fighting in his mind. After calming himself down, he still felt dizzy. He struggled to get off the bed and staggered out of the room. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the gravity room." "You're silly. Rest for a while before you go." "Millimeter. It's okay. I know what I'm doing." Dong. Zhuo Xiaojuo bumped into a big tree on the side of the door. Immediately, he lay on the ground with his four limbs spread out. His eyes rolled back, and he looked around blankly. "I told you to rest. Didn't you hear me? You know what you're doing." "Damn it. It's not that I don't want to rest. But there are only 50 days left. There's no time." Zhuo Xiaojuo muttered to himself. His eyes were misty as he struggled to stand up. He staggered a few steps before he found the faucet and turned it on. He stuck his head under the faucet and the water splashed onto his head. Then, he simply sat under the faucet. He let the faucet wash over his body. Slowly, Zhuo Xiaojuo finally felt his consciousness, which had been shattered by the impact, return little by little. From the state of the Big Bang, it recovered bit by bit, returning to the blue sky and white clouds, returning to the clear and boundless sky. That dizziness was fading away bit by bit. Qin Fangyang's expression changed. He looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo and did not speak for a long time. He had seen Zhuo Xiaojuo walk step by step to where he was now with his own eyes. This seemingly slippery, greedy, stingy, and miserly guy had actually been working hard all this time. Originally, Qin Fangyang thought that Zhuo Xiaojuo had the heart of a strong person. However, this kid stirred up trouble and pulled out countless things like pulling out the ends of a thread. With his weak, ant-like strength, he pulled out the ends of the thread one by one, exposing the whole matter to the eyes of the people involved. This was no longer a simple heart of a strong person. He was doing what he wanted with a purpose. Until last night, Qin Fangyang finally knew that everything he did was for his sister, Zhuo Xiaonian, and last night, everything was almost completely clear. However, who knew how much credit Zhuo Xiaojuo had contributed to this? He Yuan Yu and the others had worked hard for decades but could not uncover the matter. They had investigated for decades but could not find anything. Under Zhuo Xiaojuo's desperate efforts, he finally floated to the surface of the water. And just last night, all of the enemies had shown their full strength. Along the way, many things had made Qin Fangyang gasp in amazement. This kid really did not have it easy. Almost every moment, it was as if he was dancing on a tightrope of a bottomless cliff. If he was not careful, he would be smashed to pieces. However, not only did he do it, he did it over and over again. He also kept pushing the difficulty level up to play tricks. Looking at Zhuo Xiaojuo being washed under the faucet, Qin Fangyang did not try to persuade him anymore. He did not say anything. Everyone has something that they want to protect. Everyone has their own limits, Yizichin said. Kid, hang in there. 15 minutes later, Zhuo Xiaojuo finally felt that the uncomfortable feeling in his mind, like the Big Bang, had finally receded. In its place, There were pages of aura observation technique secret techniques. There were so many of them that he did not know how many there were. There were countless people's works and countless people's insights. Zhuo Xiaojuo had already begun to feel fear after browsing through it once. He originally thought that He Yuan Yu had only given him a book. Now, it seemed that this was not a book at all. This was clearly all the knowledge and applications related to aura observation technique that He Yuan Yu had collected in her lifetime. Even some classic and representative cases were included in it. He Yuan Yu probably felt that it was useful, so she stuffed it all in. At a rough estimate, there were millions of words of content. It could be said that even He Yuan Yu herself was far from mastering it. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to hold such a huge amount of knowledge. Now, all of these were stuffed into Zhuo Xiaoduo's head in one breath. It was already a huge miracle that his head didn't explode. Done. Done. Holding his still wooden head, Zhuo Xiaojuo slowly stood up. His whole body was dripping with water. For some reason, Zhuo Xiaoduo's spirit was restless. When a tree came into view, his first thought was to look at the tree's atmosphere. When he saw a blade of grass, he instinctively looked at it. Even when he saw Qin Fangyang, he instinctively looked at him. But when he took a look, he discovered something incredible. Teacher Qin. Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned. How did you consume so much of your body, cultivation, consciousness, and especially your foundation during this period of time? Qin Fangyang in front of him was like a huge candle, burning himself in a way that he had never seen before. Although the light was dazzling, in this state, it was true that every moment he burned, his foundation would be damaged. And this damage was permanent, the kind that was difficult to recover. Qin Fangyang was stunned for a moment. He said lightly, "I've been fighting continuously for the past few days. It's inevitable that I'm exhausted. I'm afraid you've forgotten what my greatest ability is. You're not simply exhausted from fighting." Zhuo Xiaojuo shook his head. "Teacher Qin, if you continue like this, you'll be exhausted." "It doesn't matter." Qin Fangyang was unusually calm, but there was another kind of indifference that was different from his usual indifference. Zhuo Xiaojuo knew that he couldn't persuade Qin Fangyang. He could also see where Qin Fangyang's losses went. Right now, he was like a gardener who worked his heart out, pouring all of his cultivation, all of his comprehensions, and all of his sword heart into teaching the students. He focused all of his mind and dispersed it bit by bit to all of his students. The focus was on himself, Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Wan Li Xiu. Passing the torch to the end, Zhuo Xiaojuo suddenly had a realization in his heart. Qin Fangyang must have realized that He Yuan Yu's lifespan wouldn't be long. He didn't want to continue searching for her, and he didn't want to continue enduring the loneliness alone. Perhaps Qin Fangyang originally had many ideas, such as the Sun-Moon Pass, the military, fighting, and guarding. But the current Qin Fangyang had changed a lot. The current Qin Fangyang should be planning to follow He Yuan Yu when she passed away. However, he also felt that it was a pity to give up his cultivation. Therefore, he chose to pass it on to his students in this way, including his heart, mind, and soul. This was also the reason why he was able to wake up so quickly just now. Qin Fangyang was using his own spiritual force to nourish his own soul. Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed softly. What should he do about this? He quickly made up his mind. He stood up and was about to leave. He couldn't stay by Teacher Qin's side any longer. The longer he stayed, the more Qin Fangyang would have to pay. In other words, the faster he would die. Where are you going? The gravity room. Go ahead. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's back, Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Zhuo Xiaojuo. Yes. I'm fine. Don't talk nonsense." "I know." Zhuo Xiaojuo looked back. He saw Qin Fangyang's deep gaze, his face solemn. He actually felt his heart sink. A deep sadness suddenly welled up in his heart. Ask the world, what is love? Even a person like Qin Fangyang would go crazy over her. Chapter 163. Zhuo Xiaojuo stepped into the gravity room. This morning, he exchanged for 4 hours of cultivation time in one go. While he was training, he was trying to digest the vast knowledge that had just entered his mind. He was training hard and absorbing the knowledge in a way that was close to exhaustion. He was comparing everything related to the aura examination technique in his mind and integrating them bit by bit. Zhuo Xiaojuo was squeezing himself as hard as he could. He wanted to master the knowledge that an ordinary person would take a lifetime to accumulate in the shortest amount of time. Even so, he still felt that it was not enough. He wanted to master all of it in 1 minute. There was not much time left. 50 days. There were only 50 days left. Noon, 12 o'clock. Zhuo Xiaojuo was soaked in sweat from head to toe. He crawled out of the gravity room as if he had just come out of a swimming pool. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't even have the strength to walk out of the gravity room. Noon. Zhuo Xiaojuo only spent 5 minutes to finish his meal. Then, he rushed into the gravity room again. It was a race against time, a race against time. This time, Zhuo Xiaojuo exchanged 6 hours of training time. Qin Fangyang stood at the door of the gravity room. His eyes were deep. "Is he okay?" he asked the teacher who was in charge of the gravity room. "He's fine. I thought something bad would happen." The teacher's face was full of admiration. "I've been in charge of the gravity room for 27 years. I've never seen a student who is so desperate. Yesterday, he was only training his fists and feet. After overexerting himself, he became paralyzed from exhaustion. Similar situations are not rare. But 2 consecutive days of high-intensity training like this will definitely put a great burden on the body. I've been paying attention to your student's condition. If there's any problem, I'll come to his aid." In the past, he didn't have enough control over his own condition. There were many problems that occurred when he forced himself to train. The teacher paused for a moment before continuing, "But not only is your student's willpower outstanding, his physical fitness and cultivation foundation are even stronger than many people. Since 11 o'clock this morning, he has already begun to jump and perform the starry sky steps under 5 times the gravity. In the last hour, he was already able to use it flexibly and freely. Moreover, he was able to combine the 3 martial arts of the Kunlun Taoist sect and practice it in the void to the greatest extent. Such progress has already made me gasp in amazement." Yes. During the afternoon practice, he even closed his eyes and practiced the whole time. Other than the slight obstruction at the beginning, he quickly got the hang of it and returned to the state of being extremely familiar with it. "All right. According to this progress, if he comes again tomorrow, we can try to add some weight to his body. How much weight do you think is appropriate?" "That depends on one's physique. I can see that this student of yours is quite talented. 10 to 20 kilograms isn't very suitable for an ordinary martial master. But don't add too much either. I recommend about 100 kilograms. Qin Fangyang nodded slowly. "I'll prepare it." "All right." The teacher said softly, "This is really a good seedling. Teacher Qin, you should properly advise this child. It's a good thing to train hard, but he shouldn't work too hard. It's not good if he really becomes a cripple. I'm looking forward to when this child grows up. I believe that by then, Second High will be proud of him." "Understood." In the other gravity rooms, Li Chenglong and the others were also sweating profusely. Obviously, Zhuo Xiaojuo's hard work had greatly stimulated them. Don't let Zhuo fall too far behind. Wn Lixio was sweating profusely in the gravity room. Every time she was about to collapse, she would shout this sentence. "Keep up. Keep up." The sweat on Long Yusheng's body converged into a small stream. "Train. Train to death." Yu Mo Yang tossed and turned, trying his best to train every part of his body's resistance to attacks. "No matter what, you have to hold on." Li Chenglong was furious. "At the very least, when Zhuo hits me again, I have to hit his hand. The last gravity room. No matter what, I can't fall behind." Huff. 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 In the gravity room, Li Zhongming fell into a deep sleep on the astral souls array that he set up. As he fell asleep, The white mist produced by the jade of astral souls enveloped Li Chengming's entire body. The white mist was then absorbed by the jade of astral souls. The cycle repeated endlessly. It's not just this child who came yesterday. The other 5 children are also the best of the best. The teacher who was guarding the gravity room looked over and was even a little envious. Teacher Qin. You're really lucky. A person who had 6 talented students with a bright future. Such a teacher was destined to go down in history. As a teacher, if this wasn't a good fortune, then what was? Good fortune. Qin Fangyang was in a daze. He muttered to himself, this kind of fortune is of course good fortune. In order to live up to this good fortune, I have to be more careful and conscientious. When it was time for school to end in the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was as soft as noodles. He was almost twitching as he slowly moved to the door of the gravity room. He knocked on the door twice with his hand and then lay on the ground, motionless. The door opened. Qin Fangyang grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hair and dragged him out like a dead dog. He didn't know if it was because he felt uncomfortable, but he tied a rope around Zhuo Xiaoduo's wrist and dragged him out just like that. The teacher in charge of the gravity room was dumbfounded. Was he pulling a sled? Was he not a genius? Was he the student that he was the most proud of? He watched helplessly as Qin Fangyang went to the other gravity rooms and opened the doors. He then dragged out the students one by one and tied them with ropes. In the end, there were 6 of them. Then, he dragged them away like a hunter who had hunted a few rabbits. Fuck. The teacher was stunned. He was filled with righteous indignation. If you don't want this kind of student, then give him to me. This kind of genius, this kind of choice, not to mention protecting him, but to treat him so rudely. No, this is simply torture. I'm convinced. After dragging them for more than 30 meters and passing through a few stairs, they woke up almost at the same time. They shouted, Teacher Qin, we can walk on our own. Put them down. Fuck, they are tied up like a bunch of grasshoppers. Qin Fangyang stopped in his tracks. With a flick of his hand, the few fellows fell to the ground. They hurriedly untied the ropes on their own. It was another round of work, and each of them kept rolling their eyes. They had never seen a teacher like this. He strung his own students up like a bunch of grasshoppers and dragged them away. Wen Lixio was the most aggrieved. I'm a beauty. Now, my image is gone. Long Yusheng was more open-minded. He didn't care about Wan Lixio's image. Then, he was chased by Wan Lixio. Who asked you to care? Who asked you to care? Sleeping in the gravity room, no. The effect of cultivating the Great Dream Divine technique is really hard to explain. Li Zhongming said sadly. His ancestral Great Dream Divine art required him to be in a sleeping state to cultivate. However, after cultivating the Great Dream Divine art in the gravity room for a long time, his limbs were still sore and his entire body felt like noodles. Now that he wasn't dragged by Qin Fangyang, he lost his footing and leaned on Li Chenglong like a little bird. He had no choice. If he didn't find a new footing, he couldn't even stand up. But the progress is still very good. After school, Qin Fangyang was waiting for Zhuo Xiaoduo like yesterday. I'll send you home. Ah. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously, Teacher Qin, what did you experience last night? It's just something that martial cultivators experience. I don't know if that Shen guy has given up. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, let's see what happens today. If it still doesn't work, I'll take the initiative to talk to him. How many families are involved? 3 families. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, there were a total of 6 families involved in the incident. Although 3 of them were very agitated at the time, they did not participate in the hunt organized by Shen Yushu. Of the other 2 families who acted together with Shen Yushu, only one of them offered a reward of 50 million. Shen Yushu paid the bulk of the reward. Awesome, he's so rich. Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his envy. Sigh, Teacher Qin's head is really worth a lot. No, I can't think like that. I have to respect my teacher. I'm a good student. I have to protect Teacher Qin's head. It's more than $1 billion. Protecting something that's worth more than $1 billion, even if I don't get the money, I still have a sense of accomplishment. But they were already halfway there, and still no one came to attack them. This situation made Zhuo Xiaojuo feel very puzzled. Teacher Qin, they couldn't have given up, right? They won't. Qin Fangyang said seriously, Shen Yushu, as one of the richest people in Phoenix City, he won't give up just because of his pride. I understand the mentality of this kind of person who thinks he's awesome but is actually a frog in a well. He's not making a move now only because he knows that I'm not easy to kill, so he's thinking of other ways. Don't worry, this Shen Yushu, I'll get rid of him no matter what. Qin Fangyang sighed twice and said, forget about the other families. Their children that they painstakingly raised are gone, so it's reasonable for them to curse. Oh right, I saw the reward this morning. Other than Shen Yushu, the other two families have already announced that they're withdrawing from this mission. Since they're withdrawing, then forget about it. Qin Fangyang said leisurely, actually, I can really understand. Anyone who loses their son would feel terrible, and they have no way to vent. In a moment of anger, they came looking for me, the person directly involved, to take revenge and vent their anger. Although it's not right, it's also understandable. Besides, the old principal didn't let me pursue the matter. Qin Fangyang said regretfully. From his tone, it wasn't that he didn't want to pursue the matter, but that he Yuan Yu had stopped him. Chapter 164. Zhuo Xiaojuo said, by the way, I used the aura examination technique today, but there are many things I don't understand. I'm going to make an appointment with Grandma He tomorrow. Qin Fangyang said cheerfully, I'll make an appointment for you. Yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaojuo rolled his eyes and said, Teacher Qin, are you all right now? Qin Fangyang looked vigilant. Are you all right, kid? Zhuo Xiaojuo immediately put on an obedient and cute look and said, Teacher Qin, I've only just started using the aura examination technique today. Why don't you take me to fly again? I want to see the whole picture of the Phoenix vein again. I also want to see the address of the Meng Group's headquarters and the Ning family's graveyard. Qin Fangyang frowned and looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo suspiciously. I can fly you and take you to see the landscape, but at this time. Isn't it a little too early? Zhuo Xiaojuo grabbed Qin Fangyang's sleeve and shook it. He actually said coquettishly, Teacher Qin, take me to see it. Qin Fangyang's face turned pale and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He hurriedly shook off his hand and said with a pale face, I'll see it. Don't talk to me like that. Just tell me where you want to see it. Hurry up and tell me. Qin Fangyang urged him angrily. This kid's coquettish voice just now was too scary. Even Qin Fangyang, who had a profound cultivation base, was almost scared out of his wits by this kid's voice. Let's take a look at the landscape first. Take a look around and be careful to fly higher. Then I'll decide whether to go to the Meng Group or the Ning Group. Okay, let's go. Qin Fangyang grabbed Zhuo Xiaojuo by the collar and flew into the sky. Teacher Qin. Can you grab somewhere else? Zhuo Xiaojuo felt extremely uncomfortable. This kind of experience of being grabbed by the neck and sent flying was actually happening again. Qin Fangyang turned a deaf ear. Who told you to disgust me? How could I let go of such a good opportunity to take revenge? I'll hold him for a while longer. With a single leap, he soared to a height of 30,000 feet, piercing through the clouds. It's too high. Zhuo Xiaojuo looked miserable. My vision is blocked by the clouds. Lower down, lower down. What's there to be afraid of? It's nothing to be surprised about. Qin Fangyang snorted. As the saying goes, when you climb high, you can see far. If you're not high enough, do you think you can see everything? Do you think it's still as nice as last night? After saying that, Teacher Qin suddenly took a deep breath. Then, he waved his empty right hand. His right sleeve fluttered in the wind, and a sudden gust of wind blew out. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds instantly surged. The momentum of the wind and clouds swirling around condensed in front of him. In front of Zhuo Xiaojuo's shocked eyes, the clouds under his feet rolled away along with the hurricane. In the blink of an eye, A space with a circumference of several tens of thousands of feet appeared. There wasn't a trace of clouds in sight, and it was a panoramic view of the earth. You'll have to wait for a while if you go any further. Qin Fangyang said, if that's not enough, I'll just do it a few more times. It's still early anyway. It's enough, it's enough. Zhuo Xiaojuo started to stammer. His eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Fangyang. He thought to himself, looks like Teacher Qin is quite fierce. He's not as weak as I thought. Why don't I give him some face and consider adding him to Nyan Cat's group of guardians again? I wonder if Teacher Qin will leave the north and south to beat things up if he finds out about this. No, it should be that he'll lift him up by the collar and beat him up. It's so hard for me. I'll take some time to change my name. Looking down from above, the panoramic view of Phoenix City came into view. In the north, there were mountains. In the continuous mountain range, there was only one mountain peak that protruded high. That was the phoenix turning its head. Well, it had changed now. Only the back of its head could be seen. Rather than saying that it was the phoenix turning its head, it was more accurate to say that it was the phoenix raising its head. In the east and west, there were continuous green mountains. They gradually rose from flat to tall, forming a continuous mountain range. Although the southernmost Phoenix Tail Mountain had turned into a piece of scorched earth, one could still see its protruding shape. From the mountain in the west, there was a continuous river flowing down. It passed through Phoenix City and flowed east. It was like a jade belt, sparkling and clear, endless. In Phoenix City, there was a large lake in the east and west. They were like two bright pearls, dazzling and eye-catching. Inside the city, there were many tall buildings and green trees. Outside the city, there were towering trees and pavilions. As far as the eye could see, there were green mountains and clear water. It was really a blessed land. The entire Phoenix City was like a huge basin. Last night, when Zhuo Xiaojuo was looking at it, he had some preconceived notions and did not think much of it. However, after a night's difference, Zhuo Xiaojuo's attainments in qi divination were completely different from last night's. Furthermore, when he looked at it now, the position, height, and point of view were completely different from last night's. As he thought about it, he exclaimed, "What a treasure bowl! Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements are complete, and the 5 elements are in accordance with each other. It is like a cycle of reincarnation, interlocking with each other and not messing up at all. What a good place. It is indeed the beauty of a place with outstanding people." Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned and looked at the city. The only eyesore is the tallest building. At a glance, he could see that the aura of the two sides were very different. Then, with Zhuo Xiaojuo's reminder, he looked in the direction that Zhuo Xiaojuo pointed out. Indeed, the opposites of the two sides were becoming more and more obvious. This is yin and yang. Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed. Behind these two families, there are experts guiding them. The Ning family used the power of their ancestral bloodline to occupy the land of extreme yin. They forcefully pulled out the earth veins and locked them down, making it impossible for them to move. And the Meng conglomerate used this tyrannical force to receive the sun and suppress the earth veins. On the surface, even if an ordinary qi gazer were to look at them, they would look like yin and yang opposing each other, as if they were mortal enemies. But the roots of these two families are still on the ground. Even if the surface of the ground shows that they are opposing each other, if one were to carefully analyze the pattern of the earth veins, they are complementary to each other. In other words, it is because the yin and yang of these two families circulate around each other, forming an endless cycle of power that has been suppressing the phoenix veins. No wonder the phoenix can't fly. With the existence of this yin-yang chain array, even if 80,000 years pass, the phoenix will not be able to fly. Qin Fangyang seemed to understand. What do you mean? Chapter 165. You know what I mean. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was cold. As long as these two clans are here, and this formation is not broken, the Phoenix Vein will forever be pinned down. Naturally, there is no hope of success for the Phoenix Vein to charge into the soul, only death awaits. No matter how many plans you have, it will be useless. This is a dead end. Even with the help of the fire dragon, it won't work. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was getting colder and crazier. A flame of madness was slowly growing in his eyes. Just tell me what you have in mind. It's simple. You just have to remove these two locations. It would be best if you could uproot the entire foundation. Then, the formation will break on its own. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly when he heard that. It was indeed a simple method. Simple and crude, with immediate results. However, it was impossible. Did Zhuo Xiaoduo think that this was like eating steamed buns? That it would end with one bite? Putting aside the fact that the Ning family's ancestral grave was related to the feng shui of their ancestors, once touched, it would be an irreconcilable feud. The Meng conglomerate's headquarters occupied a huge area. It was filled with people. There were more than 100,000 people working there. 100,000 people meant that there were 100,000 families. Moreover, this was just a headquarters. Uproot it. That was something that was absolutely impossible. The power of money was just that great. It might be easy to deal with a pile of cash. However, once it became a skyscraper or a landmark building, even the king of a country might not be able to tear it down, because it concerned the jobs and livelihoods of millions of people. If one took into account the business network that spread throughout the country, the impact would increase exponentially. It might seem like a small conglomerate. However, the number of people that could be directly or indirectly affected was probably a terrifying number. Is there any other way? Qin Fangyang smiled helplessly. Speaking of other methods, he had his own. That was to attack the headquarters of the Meng Consortium with brute force and destroy it with brute force. However, there were two concerns with this method. First, the combat power of Meng Jiwei organization would not just sit by and watch. They would definitely launch a counterattack. Second, even if he really had the power to pull out the building and toss it aside like a carrot, he would not be able to do anything. However, the innocent casualties caused by this could not be controlled, and the people who lost their livelihoods were even more immeasurable. This loss, this responsibility, so many innocent lives, Qin Fangyang knew that he couldn't shoulder it. This was the helplessness of having a bottom line. If he was just a lawless and fearless devil, he wouldn't have to consider these things. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo not know that this method would not work? A flame flashed in his eyes and he said, "There are other ways." "What is it?" "If it's possible, I'll be at your disposal. The method I'm going to talk about next is a method based on the Qi viewing art. Start from the Wenshui River that directly passes through the city." Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed. "It's the Wenshui River that looks like a jade belt around your waist." "This river? Start from this river?" Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. "Yes, start from this river. This river flows from the west to the east. The water flow is always so gentle. Since ancient times, there has never been any floods. Even if there is a heavy rain, this river will not change. The river is wide enough. Below it is white sand that is more than 1,000 feet deep. It can be said that this is the mother river of Phoenix City. Everyone in the city drinks from this river. Even the water in the 2 lakes in the city originates from this river. And it is precisely because of this Wenshui River that Phoenix City has become a land of treasures and wealth, separated by a strip of water. The reason why the Phoenix Vein can be successfully nurtured is also because of the existence of this river. It gathers the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, and connects the Qi channels of the east and the west. This river also has a source. The source is very close. It is the Spirit Pearl Lake on the mountain in the west. It is like a pearl that fell from the sky. Under the Spirit Pearl Lake, the spring boils the sky, and it will never stop. Looking at the long river of history, even when the entire Central Plains was struggling to survive due to drought, Phoenix City still had good weather. Millions of acres of fertile land, because of the irrigation of the Wenshui River, had endless vitality. And all of this was actually because of the existence of Spirit Pearl Lake. The spring water flows to the east. It is also because of the righteousness of heaven and earth. Qin Fangyang was completely confused. Obviously, he did not know the true meaning of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. So what? According to what I know, there is another heavenly jewel lake on the mountain in the east. The basic structure of this lake is the same as the one on the mountain in the west. In fact, the reason why these two heavenly jewel lakes exist is to nurture the phoenix vein. The heavenly jewel lake in the east is not very famous. The main reason is that the west side is higher, and the water flows to the east. As for the heavenly jewel lake in the east, it flows to the other side and becomes the Kanglan River. When the two lakes meet, the Kanglan River will not be so peaceful. However, the origin of these two heavenly jewel lakes is the same. If we want to change the general trend, we can start from this river. As long as we reverse the trend and change the direction of the river, it will have a considerable effect. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang and smiled. Reverse the trend of the entire river? Change the direction? Qin Fangyang's eyeballs hung out of their sockets. This idea sounded even more unreliable than attacking the Meng clan's headquarters directly. At least it was a plan that could be done with manpower. But, you just opened your mouth and changed the direction of the entire river. Wouldn't that be like moving the mountains and filling the seas? Although the river is going against the trend and changing its direction, it can't be changed by manpower alone. You see, the basic direction of this river is from the west to the east between the two mountains. This section of the river is basically flat. So, we don't need to deliberately go to war to deal with it. What we need to do is to block the mountain stream on the east side, and then block the other side of the heavenly jewel lake. From this side, the water will rush down from this gap. As for the Spirit Pearl Lake on the west side, we don't need to change anything. We just need to make a tunnel at the bottom of the mountain. That side of the mountain is the Cold Water River. We just need to direct the water to the Cold Water River. In this way, it won't affect the people's lives or the ecology. Qin Fangyang listened in a daze, as if he was listening to a myth. For the convenience of drinking water, the Meng clan has built a man-made lake beside their headquarters. The water is drawn from the Wen Shui River, and then goes back to the waterway. Changing the direction of the water flow like this will not affect them at all. It will also turn around, and then go out again. But, in essence, it will go in from the original exit, and then go out from the other side. The same goes for the Ning clan's ancestral grave. They want to use the yin qi to suppress the phoenix vein, so they can't avoid the river that nurtures the phoenix vein. So, they also have a man-made lake like this. After changing the direction, it will have the same effect as the Meng clan. On the surface, it looks like it's for drinking, but in reality, it's a channel that absorbs the phoenix vein's energy. The water flows out from here time and time again, leaving the phoenix vein's energy here. Zhuo Xiaoduo's lips curled into a cold smile. This countermeasure of mine only requires a few experts, and it's done secretly. I can guarantee that the Meng clan and the Ning clan will not notice this change at all. Firstly, it's too far away. Secondly, who will notice an ordinary man-made lake? After all, they are all important figures. Hee hee, hee hee. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cold laughter sent a chill down Qin Fangyang's spine. He couldn't help but ask humbly, what's the use of doing this? Simply put, it's like flipping the universe, and reversing the 5 elements. Metal generates water, and water generates wood. But if it's reversed, it's like water suppressing fire, and fire suppressing metal. After the water flows in reverse, the phoenix vein will absorb their energy, and they will no longer be the ones absorbing the phoenix vein's energy. Zhuo Xiaoduo said casually, of course, we still need to make some extra arrangements. But that's the work of the Qi Watchers. Of course, they have been absorbing energy for so many years. Even if we change the direction of the river, we won't be able to gain the upper hand in a short period of time. But from the moment we change the direction of the river, they will have a chance of survival. Because after the water flows in reverse, it will become the phoenix vein's source of life, and it will no longer be a channel that absorbs the phoenix vein's energy. The continuous injection of energy will increase the phoenix vein's vitality bit by bit. Naturally, it will have an endless supply of vitality. Qin Fangyang felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan was very big. But he didn't know anything about this, so he could only listen to him half-heartedly. Teacher Qin, you have to help me this time. This time, it's really too big of a deal. Nyan Nyan Cat hasn't come back yet. No one answered his first two questions. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately knew that Zhuo Xiaonian wasn't at home, so he blurted out the word Nyan Nyan Cat. Wu Yuting walked out of the kitchen with a faint smile. Son of a bitch, you're so bold now? You're a little arrogant. But you're much smarter now. You know how to read people's expressions. You guessed that your sister Nyan Nyan isn't at home just from a few words. You've improved a lot. Your IQ is really not low. Wu Yuting tapped her son's forehead. Mom, look at what you're saying. Am I not your son? How can my IQ be low? Hee. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and said arrogantly, Mom, as a man, you have to be tough at home. You don't have the final say. I won't do it for even a day. Your son still has the status in this family. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and sighed. Son. Actually, if you really find a wife in the future and can maintain the second-in-command position, I'll be satisfied and comforted. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed wildly. Mom, you're too pessimistic. Don't worry, your son is very popular with girls. You don't even know how the girls in school are chasing after me. If Nyan Nyan Cat wants to enter our family, she'll have to chase after me. Otherwise, with my... Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly stunned. His mouth fell open and he stopped talking. He clearly saw Zhuo Xiaonian slowly walk out of the kitchen with a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were full of anger, but she still had a faint smile on her face. Zhuo Xiaoduo was all too familiar with this expression. It was a sign that Nyan Nyan Cat's anger had reached its peak. In other words, every time this expression appeared, he was immediately doomed. He turned to look at Wu Yuting in disbelief. Mom, you tricked me? Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. My dear mother. She dug such a big hole for me. Wu Yuting pursed her lips. Son, I didn't trick you. Your sister Nyan Nyan has been helping me in the kitchen, and she didn't hide from you. The moment you came back, you swaggered around. I wanted to stop you, but I couldn't. Let me teach you a lesson. Other than being good at reading people's expressions, you also have to be careful with your words and actions. You must know that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked like he was about to cry. How did you stop me? I'm your son, how could you? Wu Yuting turned and left. Son, you're on your own. TSK, humans can't keep their mouths shut. They have to bear the consequences. Zhuo Xiaonian walked over with a spoon. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. Son, what did you say just now? Many girls are chasing after you. Is her figure good? Is she pretty? Tell me, I'll give you some advice. Zhuo Xiaoduo strode forward and grabbed Wu Yuting's hand. He pleaded, Mom, although I'm still young and don't know anything, I don't know what it means to be careful with my words and actions. But Sue, don't you think that Sister Nyan Nyan is too beautiful? There aren't many girls as beautiful as her in the entire mainland. Wu Yuting widened her eyes. Mom, I really can't bear to part with Sister Nyan Nyan. Help me think of a way. If Sister Nyan Nyan can be with us forever, never leave our family, never marry someone else, how great would that be? Sister Nyan Nyan is pure and kind, beautiful and gentle. She has such a good personality, such a good temperament, such a good figure, and such a suitable height. Not to mention, she's filial and hardworking. A good girl like her is really hard to find. Wu Yuting was speechless. Zhuo Xiaojuo turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaonian. He said from the bottom of his heart, Sister Nyan Nyan, I really think now, how can you be so beautiful? Even a goddess can't compare to you. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes were already smiling, but she tried hard to keep a straight face. Son. When you came in just now. Woof, woof, woof. Zhuo Xiaojuo said with a salivating face, woof, woof, woof. Sister Nyan Nyan, do you have any instructions? Woof, woof, woof. Ahahahaha. Wu Yuting finally couldn't control herself and burst into laughter. Zhuo Xiaonian stared for a long time before finally laughing out loud. She held her stomach and said, Mom, why is your son so? Wu Yuting laughed until tears came out of her eyes. So shameless, right? Actually, I'm also very curious. Who did he inherit his shamelessness from? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaojuo had already moved behind Zhuo Xiaonian attentively. Sister Nyan Nyan, you've worked hard cooking. Let me help you massage your shoulders to relieve your tiredness. Sister Nyan Nyan's cooking is so delicious. It's my favorite. Nyan Mom taught Xiaojuo to be obedient today, and I'll also teach you to be obedient. If one day, the dog starts to care about his own face in front of you, then it'll be terrible. Wu Yuting said meaningfully, in front of the people you care about the most, what's the point of caring about your face? Zhuo Xiaonian was deep in thought. She turned her bright eyes to Zhuo Xiaojuo. Zhuo Xiaojuo attentively massaged her shoulders. When he saw her turn her head, he hurriedly asked with a flattering expression, Sister Nyan Nyan, do you want to ride a horse? Hee. Woof, woof. Ha ha. Zhuo Xiaonian burst out laughing and jokingly scolded, shameless. I'm a little shameless, little shameless. I'm laughing every day. Sister Nyan Nyan is so beautiful, so beautiful. I like you, I like you, I like you. Zhuo Xiaojuo shamelessly began to sing. As he sang, he winked at her. Zhuo Xiaonian gradually laughed until she couldn't straighten her back. Her previous anger had long disappeared. What a clown. Wu Yuting looked helpless. This banter continued until Zhuo Zhonglu returned. Then, they finally bade each other farewell. Just you wait. Zhuo Xiaonian waved her small fist and made a fierce pose like a tiger fighting a hero. I'll teach you a lesson next time. Woo woo. Zhuo Xiaojuo immediately put on a pitiful expression as if he was waiting to be beaten. Sigh. Zhuo Zhonglu sighed. The genes are so strong. Back then, I was finally sure that he was really my son. I'm going to eat lunch first. Look at the title of this chapter. Even if I don't eat, heat up the food for me. Wait. Once I give the order, serve it. If she dares to neglect, beat her up. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.